Hello. Hello. It's been a while. Got no sound coming out of my TV because of the usual technical kind of woes. But it sounds like it's coming out on the stream for you alright, so. Hello everybody, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. It's a Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. I'm here. I was very close to not being here though, because I had a hard time finding all the stuff to get this stream set up. I'll admit I nearly gave up. I do not have as many USB mini cables as you would imagine. I needed at least 2 of them to stream, and I had trouble finding 2. But yeah. Anyway. Hello everyone. I'm playing Super Metroid. I'll hang on. Just give me 1 second here. Hello. I was, at the risk of making some people annoyed that you're not getting this instead, I was considering streaming Kingdom Hearts because I haven't played it in a very long time, so I'd be kind of curious to see what it's like. I don't think I've played it since it came out, basically. And it's like Metroid Prime. It's kind of an inexplicably Christmassy game to me, or maybe explicably Christmassy, I don't know, but something about it is kind of Christmassy to me. I must have got it at Christmas time, you know. But I haven't streamed in a long time, and let's say I stream for 3 hours. If I play 3 hours of Kingdom Hearts, by the end of the stream I'll be 1 hour into it, and and then I'll never play it again, as so often happens with the games that I stream. So I figured I don't even know if I'm really going to play Super Metroid, but what I was thinking was I'll just kind of appreciate Super Metroid while sitting here. So I'll try and pay a little bit more attention to the chat than usual and not really focus on playing the game. Well, I have no sound, but I think it's coming through. You can hear the game alright on your end, right?
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Cool. I have a whole video about Bayonetta on this channel. A little tutorial, so you should look that up, Luke. How to Enjoy Bayonetta, it's called. How's your game coming along? Yeah, I suppose I should address that right away. It's coming along pretty well. Oh, I have to mash through this. I'll just mash the button. I'm not really reading it. It's coming along pretty well. I had hoped to have it finished before the end of the year, and that hasn't happened, so that's disappointing. But I forget how the month started, but the last couple of weeks have been very good for progress. Last update that I gave was talking about how I wanted to move over to making the PC version soon. That hasn't happened yet. I'm still working on the Game Boy version of it. And I didn't think I would end up having to work on the polish aspect of it so much. But every time I think I'm pretty much done, it still has no sound, so it still needs to be polished in that regard. But I think, like I said, I'm probably not going to do music, so I can get away with just a few sound effects. And I have to do that. So I thought I'd be either doing that or the PC version by now. But for the last couple of weeks I've still been polishing the Game Boy version. And it's going well. Every time I think I'm close to finished, I come up with some new idea for a little bit of polish that I can do. Because I'm more familiar with the Game Boy hardware now, so I'm kind of trying to play around with that a little bit. I haven't done anything too crazy with it. But I have, I can't talk about everything because, as I said before, for those who don't know, I don't really want to reveal what the game is about because it's just a logic puzzle game which could be cloned pretty easily. Now, it's got 128 puzzles and it would take a long time, I hope, to make 128 puzzles of the kind of quality that will be in the game. Because that's where most of the development time went, but naturally I don't really want to reveal what the game is. Yeah, but it's just a little logic puzzle game. You can think of it was very much inspired by Dungeons and Diagrams. So that's in Last Call BBS from Zachtronics, if you haven't played that. So it's like that, but it's got its own rules. And I'm still polishing it up, and I don't want to talk too much about the kind of stuff that I'm doing because some of it is relevant to the rules of the game. But for example, you have a cursor because it's a Game Boy version of it. You know, in the PC version, you will hopefully be able to use the mouse. I've done a small amount of work on the PC version already, and that's working. But yeah, but I'm trying to mirror the Game Boy version as closely as possible. I'm thinking of it primarily as a Game Boy game until that part is pretty much done, and then I worry about how to make it a PC game, you know. So it has a cursor in it, and one of the small little bits of polish is just that the cursor glows slightly now, and it didn't before, you know. And that sounds like nothing, but over the past couple of weeks I've done pretty much one thing like that every day, just one little bit of thing, and it's been nice to be on a roll like that where every day I've gotten one nice little thing done. Although the last couple of days have not been very productive, as you can imagine, with Christmas. But that's what I've been working on, and it's going pretty well. And the game's pretty much done. It's playable start to finish. Even before the end of this month, it was already in a fairly polished state, but it's more so now. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. It's coming along well. If I put some sound, and yeah, some of the so-called polish was stuff that really needed to be cleaned up. Like the way I was doing the save file was not tidy enough for me, because the save, I had to do a bunch of work to fix up the save file because I wanted to get that done before release, because it's the kind of thing you really want to make sure you're happy with before release. Everything else can be fixed later, but the save file, if I have to put out another version of the game to fix something, I want to be able to use the same people to be able to use the same save file. So I really want to make sure that I'm happy with the format that the save file is in. And it's a bit more elaborate than the save file for most Game Boy games, because every puzzle has its own save, which was nice. It's the kind of thing I put it in, and I was really glad to put it in, because even just when I'm playing the game, it makes it a lot nicer to be able to skip out of one puzzle and go back into it, you know. So yeah. So just for any late joiners, I'm not putting a lot of effort into playing Super Metroid. We're just appreciating Super Metroid, and I'm trying to have a chat. So we're not really paying too much attention to the game here, right? Right now, do you think you'll be checking reviews and reception after release, and do you intend on sticking with it for patches? I don't think I'm all that interested in how it reviews and how people react to it, but I would be interested to see some people play it, because in a perhaps unwise move, I haven't really play tested it very much, so I want to know if people will enjoy the things about it that I think they'll enjoy. So I'd be kind of interested to watch people play it, but I'm not that interested in seeing reviews or whatever. It's a pretty niche game, so I don't expect that everybody's going to love it or anything like that, and I'm not trying to make it a game that everybody will love. I think that I've always talked about that. I keep trying to... So you can get distracted in two ways when you're streaming. I'm trying to answer a question, but also I'm trying to read the chat, which I shouldn't be doing, because you can't really read things and talk coherently at the same time, and I'm trying to play a game, so I'm just going to focus on answering the question. Yeah, it's a pretty niche game, and I'm trying to allow it to be a niche game. I think even though it's the kind of thing, I'm trying to practice what I preach, basically, because this is the kind of thing I talk about all the time, that games should just lean into what they are and just not try to be for everybody and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to do that, but it's harder than it sounds, you know. It's hard to practice what you preach in that regard. I think I am doing it, but it's been a struggle to make that happen. As I talked about in a post before, I kind of started stuffing a story into it, which didn't really make any sense, and then even recently I struggled with it again. I kind of had another bout of madness where, even though the story was gone, I was still trying to cram more text into the game, because I felt like the game just... because it has text to have a tutorial in it, and then when you have that, you think, well, I want to use it. It's been kind of a repeating story over the course of the development, where I implement something and then I want to use it, and I try to use it too much and have to dial back on it, you know. So it's nice to implement things and start using them, but you don't want to use them too much, you know. What I would say, this leads me nicely into something that I kind of want to get off my chest, though. If I'm maybe less cheerful today than I usually am, it's been on my mind lately. It's a kind of confession that I don't think I've ever made before, but I don't like finishing things, you know. I try to finish things. The game is... like, if you told me that I had to release the game tomorrow, I would say, well, it's a shame it has no sound, but okay, you know, it's at that point now where I think I could let it go. So it needs sound, and I'm going to try and find more little things to polish, and then of course I have to make a PC version, but I'm not in any rush to release it right now because everything's on sale. It's probably a bad time to release a game, you know. On the one hand, people are feeling charitable because of Christmas, and so maybe people would have bought it because they go, oh yeah, I want to throw them a bit of money, and you know. But also, people have bought a load of Christmas games and they have stuff to play now anyway, so it's kind of, I think those two things probably cancel each other out. Now, I'm not really in any rush to release the game right now for that reason, but I have to make the PC version, and I have to see what I'm going to do about sound and other things, but it's already at the point where it's more or less done. And the thing that it shares, what am I trying to say with this? I'm trying to say the reason I don't like finishing things is when I make videos, I think for me by far the most important part of the video is the script. That's the part that I've always valued the most. And when I'm done that and I'm working on the rest of the video, I get kind of grumpy sometimes. And when I'm finishing things, I get grumpy and I don't really enjoy working on it anymore, because when I finish the script and even when I record the audio, it can still be a couple of weeks before a video is finished, you know? And it's kind of a selfish feeling. It's kind of a selfish way to be. But I am what I am. Is that what Popeye says? I am what I am. And for me, making the videos is good and putting them out is good and all that. But for me, the value I extract from making videos is getting to study games and learn about games that way. And when I write the script and the script is finished, that's pretty much the study and learning portion of all that over. And the rest is the communication part, right? It's the part of, okay, now I give this to everybody else, right? And so it's nice to put something good into the world. I want to make good things. And I want to make good things. So I don't think I'm evil or anything. But at the same time, I don't really make them for other people. I don't make them for other people to say that they're good and to get that kind of reinforcement, which feels bad sometimes. I feel like when people compliment me and say thanks, it's not that it means nothing, but sometimes I feel a little guilty, like it should mean more than it does. But on the other hand, I see how some people, when they get criticized, they, you know, YouTubers and other kind of online personalities sometimes melt down over all the criticism that they get. And I feel like that if I'm less likely to do that because of the way I feel, then maybe the trade-off is worth it, right? And maybe it's even good for you as well, because that's less likely to happen, right? I want to make sure this is going into the the microphone's going into the red a little bit, so I'm trying to balance it just right. So, but yeah, it's what I'm getting at is, from my perspective, the game is done, right? All the interesting parts of the game are done, and I've played it, right? And I don't care that much about. I'm polishing it, but I don't care that much about the pieces of polish that I'm putting onto it. But I can still recognize that they're good. Like the last thing that I did, I'm not going to say what it was, because it's specific to the game that I'm making, but the last thing that I did was really cool, and really improved the game immediately. And I feel like I may have gone too far with the difficulty on the puzzles, and I keep making them harder. But this was a little kind of quality of life. I've decided that I don't like the term quality of life, by the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them convenience. Anytime I say convenience feature, what I mean is quality of life, right? I don't like the term quality of life, even though I used it myself in that wonderful 101 mod video that I made. It's a little convenience thing in the game that makes the puzzles slightly easier all around. But I think that I maybe made them too hard overall. So it's kind of good. It makes the puzzles easier in a way which is acceptable to me, because it kind of makes them clearer. It makes the visual of the puzzle clearer, you know. I think there are ways to make it easier which would degrade the quality of the puzzles, but this doesn't do that. It just makes some of the more boring or finicky part of the puzzle easier, if that makes sense. So that's a good thing to get done, and that matters to me, and that makes the game considerably better. But, you know, making all the puzzles and stuff, that's done already. So I feel like for me, the important part of the game is done, you know. But I know people are going to want to ask me to talk about this. The way I'm trying to think about it, even though I've implemented some things that don't matter to me that much, but other people may enjoy, and kind of, it makes the game look more professional. Like, for example, I improved the font recently, you know, and it makes the game look a lot more professional, I think. And that maybe doesn't matter to me as much as it does to other people. But I've been thinking about it this way, and this ties into something that I know people are going to want me to talk about. Clovers, Kamiya's new studio, one of the C's of Clovers, because they have their 4 C's that they talk about, is craftsmanship. And I feel like that's a word that you don't see enough when it comes to games. It's a word that doesn't get used enough with games, you know. So I'm trying to think of it in those terms. Like I'm in the craftsmanship phase, right? I did improve some of the puzzles a little bit as well, so it hasn't been the game part of the game has also improved a little bit as well, you know. I just feel like craftsmanship is not. Yeah, I feel like somebody asked what's my 4th C, so this needs a little bit of explanation for anyone not in the know. They have a studio, Kamiya's new studio, Clovers, has, because it's based on a 4-leafed clover, right? So they say that they have 4 important C's to the company, which is just one of those kind of marketing speak things, or I don't know what you want to call it, but just 4 words that are important to them that all start with C, and I can't remember what they all are. One of them is challenge, and maybe creativity, and craftsmanship. And then each employee is supposed to pick one of their own. So I feel like mine would have been craftsmanship, but that's already there, you know. So maybe clarity, because I think about things and I communicate them to people, so I have I try to bring clarity to things. Like I think the context sensitivity video is a case of bringing clarity to something, right? That's what I hope it is anyway. Concision is a good one. I strive for that as well. I do strive for that a lot. Thank you, Bowser. I've been okay. I wish I had more for you. That's one thing, you know. I wish I had a game already done, or that I at least made a video this year or something. I just couldn't manage it. I'm sorry, but so that gets me down a bit. But could be worse. Things could be worse. How did you stay motivated during the Devil May Cry and Beautiful Joe videos? I'm trying to do a Bayo non-stop infinite climax platinum, but the annoyances add up and make it hard for me to stay motivated. So how did you do it? Well, the missions in Devil May Cry and Beautiful Joe are considerably shorter, so there's that. I haven't done that for Bayo yet, so I can imagine that it would be more tiring. The glow on the visor is really cool. Is there a way to make her face the camera again when she's... There's no way to actually force her to face the camera, is there? You can just kind of do that. Glow on the visor is really cool. This is one reason why I chose Super Metroid, by the way. Because, like I said, I'm trying to think of craftsmanship. I'm trying to remind myself to be a craftsman. And I think this game has a very high level of craftsmanship to it. So that's why I have this game on. It's inspiring to me in that regard. It's got a very high level of craftsmanship to it, I would say. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. Um, has much longer missions. So what I would say is, I don't know how deep you are into the non-stop infinite climax thing, but the more you play Kamiya's games, and this isn't always true, but what helps me when I play them is, first of all, realizing that they're well constructed games, and so if something is demolishing you or pissing you off, there might be something that you've overlooked. You know, there's very often ways to get around things. For example, in Bayo, if you're annoyed by I mean, you've probably already figured this one out if you're striving for a non-stop infinite climax playthrough, but if the fiery lava ground is pissing you off, you can just wear Durga swapped to the flame thing, and that immunizes on your feet. So Durga on your feet in flame mode will immunize you to the fire, you know. That's just one example. There's lots of things like that in those games. So my first inclination, and it's happened, you know, when I play any game, I can get pissed off. But you know, if you play Kamiya's games and you get pissed off, my advice would be stop and think. Stop and try and think your way out of it first, and then see how that goes. Do you feel like this project has helped you level up as a programmer? Any interesting stuff you've learned how to do? I had a really nasty if statement that was annoying me. It was in there for ages, and just recently I used an XOR statement for the first time. I mean, I've learned about them and I've kind of used them in a theoretical or kind of practice context before. I used an XOR statement for the first time, for the first actual practical use case I found for it, which was nice. And I've been when you're working on a Game Boy game, you have to be aware of everything. Basically, you want to use 8-bit values as much as possible. And so you want to I don't know, you want to keep things small. I would say I leveled up a little bit with the save data. Because no, not the save data, the level data. Because you have very small memory limitations, right? So try and think about this. Anytime I'm talking about the game, I'm not going to describe too much about the game. You can just picture in your head dungeons and diagrams, and just picture something like that, or like P-Cross, you know. We have in the game, there are 10 by 10 grids. So there's that sea of concision again. Yeah, you're right. This does kind of relate to concision because it relates to compression. There's not a lot of memory on the Game Boy, and you want to compress things a little bit if you can sometimes. So there's a case where I don't do that in a pretty noticeable way. So I end up using 4 memory banks for background data, which I won't really explain, but for the level data, just picture we have a 10 by 10 grid, and and then if we store the thing that's in each piece on the 10 by 10 grid in just a single byte, if we take up a whole byte with that, we're using up way more. The naive approach would just be to describe the level as what is in this cell, right? So again, using Dungeons and Diagrams as an example, we might have a treasure chest or a monster or a wall, or it might be empty, right? And we could use a whole byte for that, but of course we can do better if we compress it, because we know there's only 4 possible values, right? So that way you can fit multiple things into 1 byte. But then on top of that, I had to do one thing which I never have done before, is the level has a small amount of metadata associated with it, which again, I'm not going to explain what that's for, but it has a small amount of metadata associated with it. And depending on the level, it might have more or less metadata. And so it has a dynamic system where the first byte indicates what kind of metadata is present. and then the rest of it is the metadata. So I'm sure this is a common thing that happens, but I've never done it before, and that was nice. I feel like that's one thing I've done that I've never done before, and so maybe that's one way I've leveled up. I've also had more opportunities to use things that you kind of know these things for a long time, but I would say that there's certain things that were really clarified in my head when I was working on the other games, like how I talked about how useful powers of 2 are and why they're special numbers as far as computers are concerned. And again, that's useful when you're working on a Game Boy. You have to be very aware that things like division and multiplication and all are expensive operations. So if you can use a power of 2, like if you divide by a power of 2, that's much faster than dividing by any other number. So I try to do that wherever possible. And that has decided the way that certain things work. Like I talked about the fact that the cursor glows earlier, and the cursor has 16 possible color values that it can have, and it has 16 for the reason that we are using a modulo operation to loop through it, you know. So yeah, I don't know how much I've leveled up as a programmer, but it's certainly been interesting, and I've actually enjoyed it. Because I think, well, I talked about this on a prior stream, so I won't dwell on it, but I think that I came along, and I'm not saying I had this the worst of anybody. There's probably if you were slightly younger than me, this is probably even worse for you than it was for me. But I came along at a time when games development was just kind of getting out of reach as a hobby, but not at the point where there was things like Unity or Unreal, Unreal actually was around, and I messed around with that a little bit when I was much younger, but Unity or Game Maker and stuff, they weren't around yet, so it was very difficult to make something, you know. And I feel like people who came along in an earlier era, they had the value of working with more simple hardware like a Game Boy or a Mega Drive or whatever, and so I kind of envy them for that. I feel like they had time to learn all of these things, and then Sony comes along with the PS1 and it's like, well, this is a big jump, but at least I know how to make Mega Drive games, at least I know how to make SNES games, so this is a big jump, but at least I have a lot of game deving behind me, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I've explained that well, but yeah. So it's been enjoyable for me in that way. So I actually like working. I'm thinking I might even make another Game Boy game, honestly. But yeah, because I've got a lot more familiar with the hardware, and there's things that I'd like to do differently. And things that I'd like to kind of capitalize on that knowledge a little bit. But I'm not going to make another Game Boy game just for the sake of it. Yeah, I did kind of start making this just because I wanted to play Dungeons and Diagrams portably, and I didn't have a Steam Deck yet. That's kind of the origin of the whole project. But it doesn't have to be a Game Boy game, you know. I'm not going to do that just for the sake of it. I'm doing most of my testing on the Pocket, yeah. So there is a problem that I need to solve, actually. I don't know how serious it is yet, but there is a problem that I need to solve on that front. That's one way in which I would regret releasing the game right now. That would be a big regret. But yeah, I have a problem on that I need to fix. But yeah, I'm doing most of my testing that way. Have you been having more fun making games than videos? In some senses, yes. In some senses, yeah. I think one big problem is just that... Well, the biggest problem is if I had had the idea for this game and started working on this game as soon as I wrapped up Meta Micro videos, I would be in a much better place. First of all, it would already be out for a long time. It's just that it's been a meandering path to get here. So I try to remind myself of that as well. The amount of time that I've spent on this particular game is not that bad. It's not what it should be, honestly. I've spent too long on it already, I think. But it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things. It's just that I was working on other projects before I managed to settle on this one. So, if I had been able to just go straight into making this game, if I had had the idea and started working on it, I would say yes, definitely. Definitely I enjoyed making games more than videos. But for a longer game, I don't know, because making videos, I got into a certain cadence. You know, I never released them at a specific rhythm. I never had a release schedule or anything like that. But they came out more frequently than the game has come out, right? They came out a lot more frequently. So there is a relief in knowing that the project is over and you can move on to something else, and that, you know, I have my patrons and I don't take the fact that I have patrons lightly, and so I want people to feel like they're getting value for that, you know? And so it's tough not having released anything for a long time. Anything substantial for a long time. So that sucks. That's one way it's way worse. At least when you're doing videos, you get that kind of relief more often, you know? Probably should have saved, because I might die to this guy. I don't know how much damage he does. Yeah, I've talked about it a little bit already, but I'm very far along with the project. It's nearly done. I hope so, Claire. Yeah, I hope so. It will be a relief just to have it over with. That's for sure. Regardless of how it does financially or critically or whatever. I don't even expect a single critic to play it, so I don't know if it's going to do anything critically at all, you know. Any game recommendations? If you go to the Patreon, I did a post a while back where people could tell me the type of game that they're looking for. This is because people get confused about this sometimes. You can browse the Patreon without being a patron, so you can just look at it. You don't have to be a patron or even follow or sign up or anything like that. I did a post where people could ask what type of game they were looking for, and I almost replied to everybody. That's another regret for this year, is that I didn't quite get to everybody. I was really trying, so I'm sorry if anybody's watching this and I missed you. I'm sorry. Although I will say I read everything that came in, so if I didn't give you a recommendation, I was probably struggling anyway. Or maybe it was something that I already talked about, like maybe the best fit for you was something I already talked about and I was trying to come up with another one for you or something. But I did try for everybody. So if I missed you, it was probably just because I was struggling and I wouldn't have given you a good recommendation in the first place. But yeah, you can go there and you can have a look, and then just if somebody says something that resonates with you, they're looking for I'm trying to think of an example. Somebody asked for, you know, dark games that were grim or something like that. And if you like the sound of that, then you can read that recommendation or whatever, you know. So yeah, we're doing the opposite of a speed run. We're doing an idle run. That's right. We're appreciating Super Metroid today. It's great. It's a great game. Like, even just the animation, the idle animation is great. The way it animates through color rather than changing. If you look at her silhouette never changes. And that's presumably intentional, because I don't think there was any limitation on them just kind of moving that up or down slightly or whatever. But she's in her power suit and she can stand perfectly still. But there's just maybe a little bit of breathing happening or something. Really good. There's no Steam page. There's no Steam page for anything yet. I will put up a video when it releases, so don't worry about it. It should be out sometime soon anyway, so if you think you might miss it, just check back in 3 months or something like that. Hopefully it'll be out. Yeah, it's a straightforward puzzle game though. It's not much to look at. Just be prepared. I don't know if I've prepared people for this properly. It's really not much to look at. It's just a puzzle game with some puzzles in it. So it's not much to look at. It's not gonna be anybody's game of the year or anything like that. I do have a name for it, but I'm not gonna say. Yeah. Trying to see if I remembered that right. Yeah, if you hold, see, that's great. You can do this. You can aim upwards anytime you like. You can aim. You have to move to aim diagonally. This is one way that I think this game has craftsmanship in it, right? You can aim down with L. You can aim up diagonally with R. Of course, you can do that while moving by just holding those diagonal buttons, by holding diagonal on the direction. But then, if you hold L and R, you aim straight up. Because why not? That's great. So that just makes it easier to aim straight upwards, you know? Yeah, it's replaced the previous game I'm working on, although replaced is too harsh a word. I hope to get back to it, but if I have another idea, which I might have another idea that I want to pursue instead, but I'm using basically the same logic of just returning to the smallest project that makes sense, you know? So smallest project wins, basically. Which I think is a pretty good way to do it. I'm gonna go back to the ship and save, because I haven't saved yet. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy. This isn't a randomizer or anything like that, but I might try and get the super missiles, which I think you can soft lock yourself by doing. You have to do a mock ball to do it, and I can't remember if I can do it. I have the bomb now, right? Let's see if I still know how to bomb jump. I don't think I've played this game since I streamed last. This is just a shortcut to get you into the air faster. I don't know why it's not working. That's harder than I remember. There we go. It's not that hard. It's really not hard at all. I don't know how other people do it. I mean, there's a little, you can see it kind of sometimes because I'm not perfectly consistent in my timing. There's a little window in which your bomb jump will work. And I suppose if you were trying to do a speed run or something and you had to use this, you'd want to do it at the earliest possible opportunity. But if you're trying to play it safe, all you have to do is, the only thing you have to do to gain height is just place the bomb slightly higher than the last bomb. That's all. You can actually place it much higher though, if you want to gain that. Oh, I'm just assuming that changes the, yeah, it would. Yeah, I suppose it would, because the bomb would explode sooner. But if you're not sure, all it has to be is just slightly above the last bomb. That's it. I agree, Gluteus. This game really is so fucking good. It's unbelievably good. It's really good. How can I effectively convince my friends to try more niche games? No matter how I describe them or the gameplay, they just aren't interested and it kills me inside. I think my first piece of advice is to just try and let it go. I understand though if you feel like you might feel like you're trying to help them as well. I think it's true that, or more or less true, mostly true maybe, that they're more likely to find something that they really love by looking for a niche game that suits them. I would say, I think that I don't know, I don't know what your situation is like, but I find that a lot of people are not that good at recommending stuff. When I make a recommendation video on the channel, I have to make it more or less for everybody. That's a game that I've decided I want to help push to people because I think it's good and hasn't really gotten the attention it deserved or whatever, right? But when you're talking about individuals, you really want to tailor the recommendation to them. And I find that a lot of people struggle to let go of the things that they enjoy versus what the recipient will enjoy. So if they're not taking your recommendations on board, I mean, some people will just never take your recommendations and that's fine, but just make sure that you're tailoring it to what they already are inclined to enjoy. I didn't practice maybe if I go down here. Store will stay open if I messed up. Used an extra missile by mistake. it's a natural temptation. So if you recognize this in yourself, you shouldn't feel too bad. And it's natural to like the things that you like, and really the games that you can recommend, the best recommendations, the only ones you really can recommend that are good are the overlap between what you enjoy and what they enjoy. Because if you don't enjoy it, you're not going to recommend it. Or you might. I mean, you can kind of... I think you can sometimes play a game and say it's not for me, but I know somebody who will like it. But I think that's a pretty rare circumstance. So just make sure that you're thinking about what they are inclined to enjoy. Right, so I can't remember what it is. You have to hold the jump button, and then you... I think I nearly got it there. You hold the... You aimed it... Yeah, that's it. Got it. Got it again. See, if we can do it a few times in a row, I'll try and get the early super missiles. I think that's it again. Oh, missed it. Now that I think about it, I don't think you do soft lock in here. I'm not sure. I think once you get the mock ball, you're pretty much safe. And if you don't get it, the shutter just closes on you, and you're okay. Oh, but you have to jump through the door. I forgot about that. Wait, what? Oh, it's there. Okay. Oh, fuck. I thought there was a shutter right in front of the door. No, missed it. Merry Christmas, everybody, and hello to everybody I didn't... Hello to everybody that I missed. Lots of people were saying hello. Hello! And Merry Christmas once again. Welcome to the Super Metroid Appreciation stream. What was it? The Idle Run. Hello, hello, hello! I think Toasty was asking if Mike bought me a game this year. He did. Drum roll. What was Mike's selection for this year? A game that he knows I wouldn't buy myself. He got me... I haven't played it yet. He got me a Resident Evil 4 remake. So... yeah. So now I have to play that. I hope Mike's not watching. he might watch. He might watch. But yeah. But yeah, now... See, this is the thing about... If anybody buys me a game... When people buy me a game now, it doesn't happen often. Because I usually buy everything myself, anything that I might be interested in. But when people buy me a game now, and they ask me how it is, I don't say, oh yeah, it was good. I just tell them the truth because I have to, because I feel it's my obligation to tell the truth about the games that I play, how I feel about them. I mean, if I do nothing else as Matthew Matosis, it's got to be that, right? You got to tell the truth about how you feel about the games that you play. That's pretty much mission objective number one, you know? So, there's not really any point, if I don't like it, there's not really any point lying about it. I did play Metaphor, yeah. There's a bunch of games I haven't got around to. I have played a lot of games this year. Maybe more than I should have. There's still some high profile ones I haven't got around to, but I played Metaphor, yeah. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't blown away by it or anything. It's good. It's worth playing. I'm happy the team got to make something different than usual, but I wasn't blown away by it or anything. Can we get a battle team impression like with SMT5? Yeah. Yeah, well, hang on. I did do SMT5, so I gotta do this as well. How does it go again? It's gonna be way worse than my SMT5 one, though. It's more like... Like that. Oh, there, hey-yo, 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 hey-yo. Yeah, buddy. Oh. It's good. When they announced Okami 2, I started replaying the original because it's been years since I replayed it, and been a very long time since I replayed it. I've been doing my little yo sometimes when I finish a battle, you know. They give you the battle, the little jingle at the end. Yo! No, unbelievably, I haven't started drinking yet, so. No, I'm not gonna do a Persona 3 rep. I draw the line there. But to go back to the games, I actually enjoyed SMT Vengeance more than Metaphor, personally. I don't know what the consensus is on that, but I did enjoy Metaphor. There was some very high points in it. There was one point, to be vague because it's spoilery. I think people in the chat might know the part that I'm thinking of already, but there was a part in it that I was glad to play it and have that not spoiled. It was what was it? Yeah, no, I suppose I won't hint at it because it's a spoiler, but there was a part in it that I was glad wasn't spoiled on me, and that stood out to me in a good way. It's the kind of thing I could understand somebody not liking it, though, and it wasn't a major point in the game's favor. It was just a nice surprise. Well, it did have some high points to it. I'll give... This is kind of spoilery as well for a Metaphor. Kind of spoilery. Pretty spoilery, but I'm going to talk about it for about a minute. So if you don't want Metaphor spoilers, give me about a minute here. I liked that it kind of gradually revealed more and more Persona and SMT-ish elements over the course of the game. I thought that was pretty cool. It's kind of surface level, you know, with some of the archetypes and stuff. It's kind of surface level, but I have to admit I enjoyed it. I did enjoy that aspect of it, and I enjoyed the feeling that it was kind of a secret SMT game in a way, in the way that Louis is basically... I mean, he's called Louis. I mean, come on. You know. So I liked that about it. I thought that was cool. It felt very much like... Because the people making Metaphor, they've catapulted... Hashino and Soejima and Meguro have catapulted Atlas into the mainstream now, basically. But they're not the people that started SMT and all that kind of stuff. And they're not responsible for everything Atlas has ever done. So it felt very loving in a way. It felt very respectful for them to have so much stuff from all these games in it. It felt like respectful of Atlas's pedigree or something. I don't know, in a good way to me. Yeah, it felt like a greatest hits compilation. I agree, Eric. In both a good way and a bad way at times, you know. Hello again to all late arrivals are welcome. I haven't played Kunitsugami yet. No, I do want to play it though. I haven't got around to it yet. Hello. Yeah, I just had a visitor here. She's not going to stay, but she's going to wish Merry Christmas, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to introduce you. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Merry Christmas. Excuse me.
Say Merry Christmas. There you go. That's more Merry Christmas than I got. Right, off you go. Off you go.
Oh, I heard you do the metaphor thing.
Hey yo. Not the first time she's heard it. Thanks. She brought me a drink. And by the way, just a secret between you and me, I wasn't being rude. She didn't plan to stay, so when I said go away, it was my way of saying you don't have to stay to chat to people. That's nice. That's nice. I'm not sure what kind of drink exactly, but I think it's amaretto and Baileys. I haven't had it before. There's definitely some Baileys in this. I think it's amaretto as well. That's kind of what I have on hand. So I've never mixed them together, but that's lovely. Neither of us have played Dragon's Dogma 2 yet, by the way, so she wouldn't have been able to answer that anyway. I did go back and finish Dragon's Dogma 1 myself, though, this year. That happened sometime this year. I can't remember when. It was a good while ago now. No, I had never finished it before. I did play some before for that God of War video. But I hadn't finished it at the time. I have now. What class? I played a Mystic Knight. Is that what it's called? Or is that what it's called in the sequel, or is it the same? No, it's not in the sequel, is it? Mystic Knight, I suppose. Yeah, well, first of all, I don't I don't pirate things when I can buy them. I don't condone piracy. So I wouldn't pirate it anyway. But yeah, I don't have any hardware. I mean, I have a PS5, but I don't have a PC that would be worth playing it on. And I figure when it came out, I figured just wait for the DLC. I don't know if there's going to be a DLC now, given what happened, you know, but I figured it would be best to just wait for a DLC. Astrobot is another one I haven't gotten around to, unfortunately. That's lovely. That's very easy to drink. How do you deal with games you were interested in falling out of your radar with time? Yeah, it happens. I don't know. I don't know that I do deal with it. But I do think it's something that happens, alright, yeah. I wonder though if maybe that's not such a bad thing. If it falls off your radar, maybe it just wasn't meant to be, you know? I think if you're really interested, you'll go for it, you know? Oh yeah, I didn't really talk about what I thought of Dragon's Dogma. I didn't, to be honest. I mean, there's a reason why when I was making that God of War video, this hasn't happened very much, but there is times where actually, this ties into another thing I wanted to say. This is another reason why I'm streaming Super Metroid today. Because, like I said at the outset, I thought of doing Kingdom Hearts. But another reason why I didn't do it was because, you know, I wouldn't get very far. And I feel like maybe it gives you a mistaken impression of how I play games. I don't typically go back to a game and play it for a couple of hours and then drop it, you know? And likewise, this hasn't happened very often, but sometimes I get a hunch, if I'm working on a video or something, I would get a hunch that, oh, this other game might be relevant even though I haven't played it yet. And I wouldn't just play a few hours of it to see and then drop it, you know? I would, if I'm playing a game, I play it, you know? I try to. It's not that I've never dropped a game. I drop games, but it's not normal for me. You know, when I played Metroid Prime and then I dropped it, like, I didn't play it anymore after I streamed it that Christmas. It wasn't, was it last Christmas or was it the one before? I don't know. But I didn't play it anymore after that, and that's suboptimal in my mind. You know, I should have just... It's good to replay games sometimes. It had been long enough for me to... No, Techno Boop, I'm just... The reason I didn't play anymore was I played it for a stream and then I just never went back to it. Because when you play something for a stream, you kind of think, well, that's the stream playthrough now, right? So either I should stream again sometime soon and continue the playthrough, or I should just not go back to it, you know? That's another reason why I didn't want to do Kingdom Hearts today, because this is just not how I typically play games. You know, I don't want to play 6 hours or something and then drop it. Or, like, if I'm gonna play Kingdom Hearts again, I kind of want to go through with it, you know. I would have preferred to finish Metroid Prime that time, because now I feel like it's still... Now I feel like it's been probably something like 10 years since I saw the back half of Metroid Prime. And not so long since I saw the front half of it. You know? A couple of years since I saw the front half. So I feel like if I was going to refresh my memory about Metroid Prime, of course I'd want to know how the back half of the game is. But now I'd have to go through the front half again, which is more fresh in my memory, and that's not ideal, you know? You have to use a super missile on these guys, I think, yeah. I feel like my controller is not behaving all that well today. The wall jumps are not coming as easy as they were. What do you do when your IQ is too low for Zectronics? Well, luckily for you, they made Opus Magnum, so just play that one. Doing okay, Jacobo. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the little glow on the background is nice. Whatever, I'll just carry on playing the game as usual. We can get up Red now Tower now anyway, right? We learned how to do that before. We know this room. Oh, I still didn't really talk about what I thought of Dragon's Dogma. Okay, yeah. I enjoyed it more and more. I wasn't really enjoying it. Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked with all that thoughts about how I typically play games. I didn't really enjoy it at the start very much, but I got into it more and more over time. And then I would say I found real, genuine enjoyment with Bitter Black Isle. So that's the part of the game I enjoyed the most. That's the part where... I should say, by the way, I was when did the sequel come out? It came out earlier this year. Well, I don't know when it was revealed. But I think I probably played it. I probably played it after the second one was revealed. I played it on the Steam Deck. I mean, that's the main reason I went back to it, was it was easier to revisit now with the Steam Deck, you know? And anyway, I finished it before the second game came out. But then I was watching videos of the second game, and I was thinking, why didn't they just double down on the Bitter Black Isle stuff for the sequel, you know? Because I did not really care for or enjoy the open world. I think I just like dungeon crawlers. I recommended this game to some people during that Patreon post I was talking about, and I really enjoyed Ex Anima. It's not finished yet, so I can't exactly recommend it to anybody without that caveat, you know. It's still in early access, and it has been for something like 10 years, but I played Ex Anima not so long ago and really enjoyed that. And I think I just like dungeon crawlers, you know. I was thinking of doing a little quick say about what I'd like from the next Zelda game, because this is something I don't know if I might have talked about this on a stream before, but there are ways in which, you know, people watched my Zelda comparison video from many years ago, and sometimes people talk about it and say that I was pretty much on the money about what Breath of the Wild would be, or it was pretty much what I wanted it to be, which is true. But there's even then I was editing the videos for thoughts that were irrelevant, you know. I'm sure I would edit those old videos a lot more strictly than I did back then, but even then there was irrelevant thoughts that were cut. One of them was just that I thought that the puzzle solving items in the games could be more magical in nature, that I kind of wanted Link to be slightly more of a spellcaster kind of thing, which I felt like they very much did with Breath of the Wild, you know. They did it, and the Tears of the Kingdom as well. They're very much more like spells than typical Zelda items. So I felt like on top of all the other things that I wanted to happen, there was another thing that happened for me, which was more specific to my desires, which was that they made it slightly more magical in that way, you know? It's not that, and I'm not even talking about the presentation, it's just that I thought that there would be more freedom in the types of abilities they could create if they stopped thinking about them as objects that you pick up that do something, which they, especially in Tears of the Kingdom, I think is really true, right? Like, Ascend is not an item that you pick up, it's a thing that Link does, and yet it feels more impactful, I think, than many Zelda items from before, right? And I just wanted them to have that freedom and pursue that thing, and they did that as well. So I thought it might be interesting to talk about stuff in a more casual way, so I'm going to do that now since we're streaming. So this is in a more casual way than what I would say in a video. And I don't even really have to talk about Tears of the Kingdom, because I would like to reserve my thoughts on that more in case I ever review it, which is not, I don't know if I'm going to review it. I would like to, if time was no obstacle, I would like to, but but yeah, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom twice, which is something that I do for games I review, blah 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 blah. I'm not going to talk about that too much, but what I would like to point out, so knowing that I like dungeon crawlers, okay? Knowing that I like dungeon crawlers, I would like to see them take the stuff that they've built up and the things that they've learned over these two games and make something more like a dungeon crawler with the stuff that they have. So I think one thing that people are overlooking about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and stuff. This will make it into a review if I ever do a review of Tears of the Kingdom, but it's just that so much of the stuff that they've done in those games is... I know there are some people that don't like them, but so much of the stuff that they've done is not... It's compatible with different types of games. You know, it's compatible with... It doesn't... A lot of what makes those games good is not reliant on an open world format. Let me put it that way. So you could have a much more constrained game and still have many of those systems and still have them be a huge boon and a benefit to the game and be these wonderfully intricate kind of complicated things that... I mean, even if you don't like Tears of the Kingdom, you must admit that the stuff that they accomplished in that game is impressive, you know? And they can take that stuff and they can put it in a game that has a different scope or a different progression. And just so we're clear, I still feel that I still prefer Zelda games to not be gated in such a hard way. So my idea of what a dungeon crawler is not incompatible with a kind of free-form approach. I'm really kind of just saying the stuff that I said in my Breath of the Wild review already anyway. If you go to the part where I'm talking about the lead up to the Zora's Domain where it's raining and that constrains you a little bit, and so the combat had a bit more of a time to shine because you were more constrained and you couldn't get over things, but the game was still technically open because there was multiple approaches, right? And you didn't necessarily have to go that way if you didn't want to. The same can be true even in, like, if you imagine something like the depths, but it's a cave, or no, the caves in... Imagine something like the caves in Tears of the Kingdom, but there's loads of them and they're interconnected with each other, and there's different ways to, like, you go this way and you go into that cave, but maybe if you go left you can go through 2 other caves and come back around to this other cave and stuff. That can still be interconnected and open even though the individual areas themselves are constrained, right? And that's the kind of thing I would like to see them do. That's what I would like to see them do. So you want ceilings instead of a sky. That's one way to put it, yeah. That is a pretty... That is a way to sum it up, alright. Ceilings instead of a sky. Yeah. Kind of. I mean, that doesn't quite capture... I think it would need to be more constrained than that. Like, for example, if you put a sea... I don't know what the highest point of land in Hyrule is. The Twin Peaks, maybe? Or one of the Hebra Mountains or something. If you put the ceiling that high, it's not going to affect most of the game, right? So the ceiling itself also needs to have a dynamic kind of height. But I think you get what I'm saying. Oh, the dueling peaks, isn't that what it's called? The Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks. So that would be my specific desire for the next Zelda game. Would be something more like a dungeon crawler, even if it's not completely like a dungeon crawler. But I want to also be on the record as saying that I don't want them to start locking everything away again. I don't want to return to the Link to the Past formula just for the sake of it. I'm not asking for that. I think people who know me know that I'm not asking for that, but yeah, that's not what I want. I think Nintendo has the good sense not to do that as well, which is good. If you want a Link to the Past style game, there's lots of them already. You know, that's. I think. I'm just kind of rambling now. I'm not reading the chat. I think Zelda is a prestigious series, and I think part of that is trying to do new things and trying to, you know, I don't know, I don't want them to just repeat the same thing over and over, you know? That's just not what it should be. I think I saw Fujibayashi, is that his name? I think I saw him say something ages ago, like, there's no point making a Zelda game unless you're trying to make the best game ever, or something like that. Something to that effect. And I appreciate that mentality. I think that's the kind of respect that series deserves, you know? So I hope they keep trying to make really good stuff. And I don't think that just rehashing the Link to the Past formula is the way to do that. Yeah, you're right that yeah, there's no way when they were making Echoes of Wisdom that they said we're going to try and make the best game ever made. But they still tried to do something interesting with it, you know? Yeah, Enuma said that he sees the Link to the Past formula as obsolete, and the only reason fans want it back is because of nostalgia. I think that that's harsh wording, but I don't know how wrong he is exactly. I think it's harsh wording, but I don't know how wrong he is about it. It's not that it's obsolete. I do disagree with that part. I don't think it's obsolete. I think it'd be interesting to see what happens with Okami too, whether it'll follow a kind of Zelda-esque formula like the first game or not, now that Zelda has shifted somewhat. So I don't agree that it's obsolete, but I do think people kind of want it back out of nostalgia. It's just the case that, this has been my own experience as well, it's just the case that people ask for things that they know about, you know? And I suppose this is another way, I don't know if this is coming across on stream to you guys, but I feel like I'm finding, since I'm paying less attention to the game, I'm finding more kind of cross connection between the different things that we're talking about, which sounds good to me. I feel like I'm being slightly more coherent than usual, but this ties into the Okami 2 reveal, and I'm sure people want to know what I think about it, and a lot of people were hyped. And first of all, I'm very happy for Kamiya. I think the man has made so many great games, he should just be allowed to do whatever he wants. I hope he gets to do whatever he wants, so great for him. And if people are excited for Okami 2, great. But it's kind of hard to explain to people that if people say, are you excited for Okami 2? I would say, yeah, sure. But what I would be more excited about is some completely unknown thing that exists, or that I can't name. There's some unknown thing that I can't name that presumably Kamiya would make if he wasn't making Okami 2. Yeah, Project GG, I mean, we can kind of put a name to it in Kamiya's case because Project GG was cancelled. Or presumably, if it's not cancelled, it's not Kamiya's Project GG anymore at this point, right? So we can kind of put a name to it. We can say, well, I would be more excited for Project GG, which I would, honestly. But for a lot of people, I'll use myself as an example. I'm sure some of you don't like the newer videos as much as the older ones. I mean, the latest 2 videos, which are kind of like a different genre to the rest of them, right? But once you make something like meta micro videos, you either quit forever or you try something else, you know? So some of you would say, well, I just want the Tears of the Kingdom review, or I just want the such and such review, or I want this commentary, or I want that. And that's fine. But there are some people for whom those newer videos are the thing that they wanted. They just they wouldn't know how to ask for them because they don't know what they are until I make them. You know? They don't know what they are until I make them. So they don't know what to ask for. And the same is true for lots of other people. It's just in Kamiya's case, we can put a name to it, basically. We can say Project GG. So if you ask me, would I have been... I'm not as excited for Okami 2 as I was for Project GG. And it's not even just the fact that projects have been cancelled. That makes you question whether or not, you know, it's not just about that. What I would... So I know that Project GG is not happening that way, but there's some other unnamed thing, presumably, that Kamiya could make that would have me more excited than Okami 2, you know? I hope he makes the Okami 2 he wants to make in every sense of the word. In every sense of the word, like down to the letter. Because if that happens, I think it's going to be interesting, because this is another thing. I think some of the people who... Well, it remains to be seen. The game hasn't been made yet, right? So it remains to be seen how this is all going to shake out. But I think if Kamiya makes the game that he wants to make, there's a very real chance that the game that a lot of people are excited about, Okami 2, is not the game that they're picturing in their head. It's people who are excited for Okami 2, what they're really talking about, and this ties back into what Aonuma is saying, is they want Okami 1.5, right? They want more Okami because they played Okami and they know that they like it. But that's not necessarily what's going to be made. I think in this case it might be, because the story was planned to be twice as long, basically. So the game... So if they make Okami 2 and they stick to the plan, it's basically just the second half of Okami. And in that case, there's good reasons to believe that it will be very similar to the original. And that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. That might be good. There's definitely things I would like to see them do. If the game is what I think it is, which I kind of don't want to spoil the original and talk about it too much, you know, but if the game is what I think it is, I think it could be a straight up Okami 1.5 and still be very good, you know, still be really good. But that's not necessarily the game you're getting, you know? That's not necessarily... So Post-War says, not really. People who know Kamiya just want to see what Kamiya will make now. But the Beautiful Joe fan is not the same as the Okami fan. Okami is kind of an outlier in Kamiya's catalogue. People who are fans of Beautiful Joe or Wonderful 101 are probably the strongest. They're the people who go, yeah, I know what this guy's like, right? Then you have people who play Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, and they kind of know what Kamiya is like because they've played Space Harrier 3 or 4 times now. The people who played Okami are the least like that. Someone says Kamiya's strongest soldiers. Yeah, they're Kamiya's strongest soldiers. He kind of says as much himself, right? It's a joke because those games have sold more poorly than the other ones. And it's also kind of just because they're tokusatsu things and all that, you know. But Okami is... It's kind of arguably his most mainstream game, you know? which is weird to say because Clover shut down because of it. But yeah, people don't. I don't think that. I think there's a lot of Okami fans that don't necessarily know what they're getting into. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's true, yeah. Someone says, well, he wanted to make Scalebound, so it seems like he also wanted to make more casually appealing games. Yeah, that's true. I don't think Scalebound was going to... I think Scalebound was going to be another Okami, basically. I think that was the idea, that it was Okami-ish, you know? It was more casual. Yeah. Yeah, Okami is a weird case because Capcom kept re-releasing it over and over until it finally sold 1 million copies, then bragged about it being a platinum title. Yeah, it was a slow burn, or whatever you want to call it. Well, I think it does have a big enough following now to justify making a sequel. So... Do you watch YouTube yourself at all? I didn't used to. I've started watching a little bit more than I used to. I didn't really watch it at all in the past. I've been watching a little bit now. I think they're completely taking the piss with the amount of ads on it. It's a complete piss take. So that makes me want to not use it. Sometimes I turn on YouTube and I put on a video and an ad starts playing and I just close it. I just close the whole thing. I just say, yeah, I'm not gonna watch. You get something and then you go, okay, I'll give that a shot, and then you put it on and then an ad plays and you go, you know what, this isn't worth watching the ad. Yeah, I know about ad blockers, guys. I do know about ad blocker. I do know. I don't object to the ad blocker for... No, I just mean on my phone or something like that, you know? I just want to make it clear, I'm not saying I object to ad blockers on some kind of moral ground or something like that. Although it does, presumably, I don't know actually, but presumably it does decrease the revenue for the YouTuber or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, I did. I did go to see Radiohead once. Yeah, it was very good. I enjoyed it. I don't really go to concerts though, so I don't have much comparison. So I can't really say how good it was, honestly. Yeah, I've been listening to the Smile albums. Yeah, they're good. I don't like them as much as the Radiohead stuff, but they are good. I think if I was this would be different for everybody, but I think you were if I was to combine my favorite tracks from all three of their albums, then like people always compare them to Radiohead. It's kind of the natural thing to do because it's got two Radiohead members in it, but I imagine it's slightly annoying for them if they're listening to people talk about it. But I'm sure the tracks would be different for everybody. But personally speaking, for me, if you were to combine my favorite tracks off each of the three albums, you would have something. You would have a very good Radiohead album, I think, at that point. But I couldn't say that any of the individual albums are as good as a Radiohead one, you know. But they're pumping them out, so that's actually a really good. By my reckoning, anyway, they're doing really well. Yeah, I've listened to a bunch of their B-sides as well. I didn't like it at first, but I really like If You Say the Word. I've listened to that a lot. When I first listened to it, I went, eh. I've listened to that one a lot. Some of my favourite Smile tracks, Bending Hectic is the first one that comes to mind. That might be my favourite one of the ones they've done. Teleharmonic was very good. Those are the two best off that album. On the new one, I really like Bodies Laughing. I quite like the I can't remember the name of it. Everybody will know. Anybody who's listened to it will know the one I mean though. Windows 95. I like Windows 95. I like the Windows 95 track. I can't remember the name of it though. Zero Sum. Yes, that's it. Zero Sum. I like Zero Sum, and I like Bodies Laughing as well off that one. Yeah, Bending Hectic. I'd say Bending Hectic or Telharmonic are the best things they've done. Then on the first album, I really liked, I think it's called Speech Bubbles. There's one, the lyrics are basically My Iron Lung 2. I can't remember what that one is, but it's Speech Bubbles. Don't bore us, get to the chorus, blah blah blah. I think that's Speech Bubbles. Skirting on the Surface, very good. Tin Thing is good. Oh, Open the Floodgates, that's the one. Yeah, Open the Floodgates. Tin Thing is good. I would say like they kind of do. I don't know what they're using on the guitar to make that kind of sound, but they kind of have one of those on each album. Tin Thing, Zero Sum, there's kind of something along those lines. I think Zero Sum is the best of those actually. But yeah, if you took those tracks, about 6 tracks that I mentioned, and then a few others that are good, then that's a very, very, very good album there, I would say. I think Bending Hectic is particularly cathartic because, first of all, it's a cathartic song, just in the way that it's set up, but also for it to be a song, I mean, they're not Radiohead, blah 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 blah, but for them to make a song like that, you know, they don't often make songs about They make songs more about the world and everything fucking you, not the other way around, you know. But that one's kind of like, you're not gonna bring me down, and in the, you know, so yeah. And they don't have many songs like that, so it's especially cathartic for that reason, I think. Merry Christmas, Daniel, and to all others who I missed, Merry Christmas. I saw your post mentioning that Catherine Full Body wasn't as good as the original. Would you still recommend it to somebody who never played the original? Honestly, leaning towards no. I'm honestly leaning towards no, especially because Catherine Classic is available on PC. I own it, but I haven't really played it, so I don't know how well it runs and if there's any PC specific problems or anything, but Catherine Classic is on PC and that's the original. So yeah, I would recommend that instead. Should be nice and cheap as well. Someone says, I liked Catherine Full Body, but sadly the Q-Atherin stuff felt very bolted on to a complete story. I agree. I think that's something that the Atlas re-releases suffer from in general. I really liked Vengeance though, by the way. SMT5 Vengeance. I think, again, I don't know how people are feeling about it, but I really liked it. I thought, of all the re-releases I've seen, it's one of the biggest improvements in quality of the game, and it's partly because 5 was quite flawed in some pretty obvious ways, you know, so it had room to improve. It had some pretty obvious ways to improve, but it's a really, really good re-release. Really, really good, you know. Anyway, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that the Q-Atherin stuff is bolted on. The game was very clearly a dichotomy about man cheating on woman, and it worked well as a dichotomy. But I think more than that, I think the only thing I have to add really is just that not only did the Q-Atherin stuff feel bolted on in a way that I didn't enjoy. First of all, I think there are things that could have been done better just to make it make more sense. But also, or to... I'm trying not to spoil the game. I'm going into spoiler territory for Catherine Full Body, okay? This is the way I thought it was going to be. And see, it seems like such an obvious thing to do that I'm kind of worried that maybe I misunderstood the game or missed something or something like that. But I'm going to spoil Full Body now for about 2 minutes, let's say. But I think the really obvious thing to do to break the dichotomy of Catherine while not really disrupting it too much would have been to have Q-Atherin, because obviously later in those games they do, you know, the SMT kind of thing. They should have had Q-Atherin not have any genitals or any sexual desire at all. I think that was the way to create a new situation there, you know? It would be like, yes, you can get with Q-Atherin, but there's no sexual element to it whatsoever, right? That makes a perfect contrast to C-Atherin, right? And that kind of puts K-Atherin in the middle rather than what we got, which was just another character bolted on. But on top of it feeling very bolted on, I think that the scenes with Q-Atherin were just really, really bad. They were just really, really bad. They just felt like they came from a completely different game. I think Catherine as a game, even though it's anime, one of the things I had going for it, so I'm happy to play anime style games, but I think there's a kind of, it's the whole Miyazaki, I know he didn't actually say this, and I'm talking about anime Miyazaki here, but Miyazaki anime was a mistake thing, you know. It very much reeked of that. Those scenes very much reeked of that. It was very comedic in an extremely anime way that I did not enjoy. So, yeah. I didn't enjoy it for that reason, whereas the rest of Catherine was much more grounded, and that was something that I liked about it. It was... I really like... I have no problem with anime as a medium, and I really like good anime, you know? But I think there's a kind of human centipede style anime in, anime out thing that happens that Miyazaki was referring to, which was just bad, really bad in those scenes, you know? So that's another way that it was bad. On top of breaking an already very clean and interesting dichotomy that the game had, you know? It's a shame because there is a couple of things in the re-release that I like. I really liked... I complained about this when I reviewed it, but I complained that the original kind of weights itself a little bit too heavily against Catherine, because we don't have the history with her that Vincent has, and I feel like Full Body tried to rectify that a little bit with the flashbacks. So I really like that change. If I was trying to create the perfect version of the game, I would definitely import that change back. I would backport that change into the original. But there wasn't a huge amount of things like that in it. So I do think that Full Body is worse. It's kind of amazing because I don't know how many games they've re-released, but Full Body is one of the worst re-releases they've done, I think. And Vengeance is probably the best. So it's quite a flip-flop. Yeah, I haven't talked about UFO 50. I don't know what to say about it. I mean, obviously it's the kind of game... I've played it. Obviously it's the kind of game that I'm interested in. So you know I've played it. And you know it's the kind of game that everybody wants to talk about, really. If you do what I do, you kind of feel like you're compelled to talk about it, because there's really nothing else like it, you know? I don't know what I want to say here and now. I haven't finished every game in it. So there's that. I haven't finished every game in it. I have finished a lot of them. I got cherry on a lot of them. And this is a strange thing to say because they're all different games, but I felt like I was burning out on it a little bit. I was playing it too much, so I've taken a break from it. And I suppose it makes sense that you can kind of burn out on it a little bit because they're all retro style games. They're all very arcadey and stuff. Or they're mostly very arcadey and retro and all that, you know. Well, I burned out a little bit on it, and I want to be fair to it, so I took a bit of a break. But I put a lot of hours into it before burning out on it. But I don't know. I don't know what to say. I feel like my feelings on it have not quite settled yet. If nothing else, you have to admit it's a great achievement, you know. Yeah, of the ones I've played, Mortal was a big highlight. I think it kind of it's it's so good. It kind of they maybe should have put it a bit later in the collection. You know, I feel like that one maybe comes a bit too early. It's like, it might still be my favorite of the whole collection. So for that to be on row one is maybe not the best thing. I'll answer. So somebody asks, are you generally positive or negative about it? Positive. Definitely positive, and I have a huge amount of respect for it. Maybe it's just the case that I was looking forward to it for too long, but I think I have enjoyed it a little bit less than I expected, which is not to say that I'm not enjoying it. It's really good. At times it's really, really good, you know? Like Mortal is really, really good. And everybody's going to find at least a few games in there that they really enjoy. I just personally thought I would enjoy it a bit more than I did so far. If that makes sense. So that's why I feel a touch conflicted about what to say. And that's why I feel like I should give it a break as well to see if it's a me problem rather than the game. Yeah, I mean it's almost too easy to recommend to people. Even the bargain, I'm still surprised that they priced it what they did. I suppose I don't want to talk about pricing for my game, but I think I'm not going to price it very highly. I think it's going to be at a price that people will be okay with. And this is maybe a controversial thing to say, but I feel like games are kind of being overpriced. Indie games are kind of being overpriced these days a little bit. Especially because, and it's weird, some games are the pricing is all over the place actually now that I think about it, because I think UFO 50 is very cheap for what it is, and I think Talos Principle 2 was surprisingly cheap as well. And some other indie games are coming out, and I don't think they're priced correctly. I just don't think they're priced commensurate to their worth. And I'm not gonna name names, but yeah, but I think UFO 50 is maybe the strongest example I can think of a game that they didn't reveal the price until right at launch. And I was honestly prepared day one to put down €50 for it. I was prepared to pay €50 for that, and I would have bought it day one at that price, even just to support them. Like, I don't do this all the time, but sometimes I just like to support developers for doing something ambitious or interesting, you know? And I would have bought it day one just for like, here's for having the balls to make 50 games. Okay, you've been working on it a long time. Here's for having the balls to do that. I hope I enjoy it. Here's your €50, you know? Obviously, not everybody can be expected to do that. You really have to love games to do that. They really have to be your thing for you to do that. But when the price went up and it was $25, I couldn't believe it. You know, I couldn't believe it. That's nuts. And to think that it'll probably go on sale at some point. I can't imagine it'll go on a deep discount anytime soon. But at that game, even 50% would be a deep discount, but even 30% off on that game, then you're looking at what, 20 or less or something. And yet there's indies that come out with very little in them comparatively and are priced very similarly. I don't know. And you look at something like the Talos Principle 2 was another one that stood out in my mind as this probably should be more expensive, but I can understand why they charged what they did for it, you know? Because it's not just like, if you price your game cheaply, it's not as simple as going, this is an active charity on behalf of the developer, you know. There's a price range at which, if you price it right, people will buy it who would not have otherwise bought it, you know? And I think some indies are just not understanding that. I don't know. There's definitely games that have come out and I'm like, I'll wait, you know? I'll wait. I want to support people, but I'm not made of money. I keep thinking that's a fucking super missile door for some reason. This is just, I think this is a dead end until you have speed booster. Oh, it's a save point. Yeah, I agree. Fushu says devs put prices high so they can discount them later. I agree, and I don't like that practice. I don't like that practice. So that's something that I don't know if I'm gonna. I've been mulling it over. But yeah, I think that's true. I think indie devs especially are guilty of that. They put the price high so that they can discount it by 50% later and then say, oh, look how cheap it is now. And I don't really like that. I can understand if you're struggling and you have to put your game on sale to get a bit more revenue in so that you can stay alive or whatever. I get it. You know, it's not always cut and dry like that. But it does feel like it's become a practice. I know the Factorio dev hasn't dropped the price, and I respect it. I respect that. So I'm kind of thinking of doing the same thing, even though... Yeah. Kind of... I don't know if I would want to create an absolute hard line against sales, you know? But yeah, I was thinking maybe I should say to people when the game comes out that it won't go on sale for a year. I don't know, I'm not making any commitments right now, but... I think it's kind of... I think what I don't like about it personally is that it just kind of... It works backwards. I prefer, if you're going to change the price at all, I prefer the kind of early access thing where the price goes up when a game comes out of early access, because at least that feels that the people who supported you early, when it mattered more, are the ones who got the better deal. You know, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense for the people who support you on day one to get the worst possible deal. I think that's part of why I don't like it, because it doesn't make sense. That's a large part of it anyway. It just doesn't make sense. I haven't played Rain World. Damn poor. Don't know where you're supposed to go in this game after this. So I've got the high jump, but that doesn't mean you're supposed to go up yet, does it? I think you're supposed to have the freeze. I'm supposed to go for speed booster? Speed booster is past a heat zone. What's the next intended thing? I got high jump. Oh, then you're supposed to do Kraid. That gives you the... Oh yeah, I have the various suit. Okay, right. I was avoiding the heat zone. It's because I'd beat Kraid early that wasn't obvious. Right? Yeah, I don't really have any thoughts on Night Rain or anything like that. I don't know. I bought, that's Unicorn Overlord is an example of a game that partially I bought to support the developers, you know. But yeah, I played it. It was good. I did not enjoy it as much as 13 Sentinels, though. I think the character design is a step down from the usual. Mostly just, I mean, it's kind of a petty complaint, but mostly just the anime hair and stuff. It's much more anime than Vanillaware usually is. I haven't played Animal Well yet, no. There's a bunch of games I haven't got around to. Haven't played Astrobot yet. Tell you, I'll prejudge Astrobot a touch, because I've played the pack-in with the PS5, right? So I might feel differently in a full game, because presumably it has lots of gimmicks and stuff, and the gimmicks tend to control better, or they tend to control in a more interesting way than the base moveset. I'm thinking about, for example, the spring kind of power-up, or even just like the monkey power-up, or I can't remember what the other ones were, but there's a bunch of different power-ups in the Astrobot game, and they tend to be a little bit more nuanced and elaborate than Astrobot himself. But I think it's also kind of interesting how it seems as though there are a bunch of people, I don't know, like I know, for example, that it won Game of the Year at the Game Awards, but I can't say that I know that much about the way it was received, because you know me, I don't watch other reviewers or anything like that, so I don't know that much about what people are saying. But it feels to me like there's a lot of people that can play something like Astrobot and just I want to preface this and say that I'm probably going to enjoy it when I play it, right? I like platformers and I'm looking forward to it. But also, it feels like there are a lot of people that play Astrobot and games like that, or just in games that have this kind of difference to them. Let me explain what I'm talking about first. I'm kind of jumping ahead. Sorry, I'm making this incoherent. If you play Astrobot, surely you should at least realize, or at least be able to say or acknowledge, that the game must be good in spite of the fact that the movement is obviously way, way worse than Mario, right? And it might be worthy of all of its accolades. That's fine. But I get the impression that people who like it don't even realize this as a fact. Like, they don't realize that what I'm saying. I know everything's subjective and all, but what I'm saying is almost true in a way. You know, at least from my perspective, what I'm saying is almost true. That from what I've played, Astrobot is just, the movement is nothing almost. It's just, you hold the analog stick and Astrobot moves in that direction at a set speed, more or less. And when you're in the air, he moves at exactly the same speed. There's not even any difference between your aerial movement and your grounded movement, which makes it very easy to control. But it's not particularly interesting to play around with. And I did enjoy that Astrobot pack-in game. You know, I enjoyed it. So I might very well enjoy the full Astrobot game. I expect to. But I feel like people don't say, oh, well, it's Game of the Year in spite of that. Just that they don't even really notice that that's the case. You know what I mean? That people... Sometimes I just feel out of step in the way that people absorb games. In that they kind of absorb audio, visual, and presentation, and maybe the gimmicky parts of the game, and not more fundamental aspects of the game, you know? But I will say, again, to go back to the pack-in game, the transformations were generally better about that stuff, at least from what I remember. The little, I think it was a frog, where you are a spring and you bounce, that felt good. And that felt appropriately nuanced for the stage of the game that it was at. You could aim the thing by moving the waggle, you could tilt the controller to aim, and then you held the button for a certain amount of time. That's good. That was good. But Astrobot's moment-to-moment movement was not good. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't actively good either. In fact, it felt like it was trying to be exactly in that zone where it was neither. It was just trying to make it so that when you used the analog stick, Astrobot went exactly the way you expected him to, all the time, from minute one, which is not what I love about games. Let me put it that way. No. Yeah, Two Wiggly says, it bothers me how no one recognizes that most 3D platformers have very basic movement that doesn't allow for much expression, such as Crash. Crash is a good example, yeah. Crash is very much like Astrobot in that way. I think it has a little bit more going for it than Astrobot, at least than the pack-in. What's it called? Astro's Playroom. I should be saying Astro's Playroom because I haven't played Astrobot. But from the footage that I've looked at, it seems like the controls were carried over identically, you know. But there's little things to Crash games, you know, at least you can kind of float by using the spin, at least you can slide in the later games and you can kind of chain the slide a little bit, things like that. But Crash is a good example, and the Crash games can be good in spite of that. So that's what I'm saying, is that's why I'm not here telling you that Astrobot is shit and I'm not going to play it or something. Maybe it's really good. It's just that it feels like people don't even acknowledge that, you know? I don't know. There's another thing, since we're doing our very slow playthrough of Super Metroid. I don't know how the thing in the background was done exactly. The heat wave effect in the background, but it might have been done with interrupts. Presumably the SNES would have to work a little bit differently from the Game Boy, if it works the way I think it does. So the background layer must be drawn first, and then there must be another thing. But I was always kind of jealous of old developers because the idea of an interrupt, it sounds very cool. When the game finishes drawing a line of pixels, it can interrupt you. It can interrupt and do something else. So that allows you to shift the background, and I got to do that on the Game Boy game for a little visual effect. Just a little small thing, you know. But got to do that myself, which was fun. Yeah, a line interrupt. Yeah, horizontal interrupt. It's pretty cool. Is it a mode 7 effect? I don't know. I think I was doing this jump in the randomizers, but I think I didn't have high jump. Did I have that right? That you can make that jump without... It must be, because there's no way it was that easy. Yeah, there's no way I got that on my first attempt this time. So you can make this without high jump if you do it right. I think you have to be coming from the door. Oh no, I didn't use assembly. I used there's a thing called GBDK, Game Boy Development Kit. It lets you write in C, and then it gets compiled for the Game Boy. There's also a thing, if anybody's interested, there's a thing called GB Studio that you can use to make Game Boy games, which is kind of like, it's like Game Maker for Game Boy games. But I'm not using that. I'm just writing it myself. Which I'm doing that because I like to do things my own way, as you know. But it might have been the right call, because maybe it wouldn't be easy to make a logic puzzle game with GB Studio, because it might be set up for more action-y kind of stuff, you know. Plus I was able to do little things like compress. I don't know if I would have compressed the level data to the extent that I did, and things like that, you know. So is the intended way of playing your game with a Game Boy emulator? That kind of has to be your problem, unfortunately. But I'm making I've only barely started it, but I plan to make a PC version of it, and the Game Boy version will just be a bonus that you get, so you can do with that what you like. I think I personally will stick with the Game Boy version just because I like that. It wasn't strictly necessary to compress the data. I think I might be wrong about this, but I think the theoretical maximum cartridge size for a Game Boy is something like 8 megabytes. So it's definitely not necessary, but it simplified some things. It complicated the game in some ways, but it simplified it in some other ways. Yeah, 8 megabytes. I don't know, you can do the maths yourself. I think it's 16 kilobytes per memory bank. And you can have 256. Either 256 or 255 memory banks. So 16 kilobytes times 255 is however much that is. That's how much space you can have. Yeah, it's very large for a Game Boy game. I think Pokemon Silver is about 2 megabytes or something like that, so it's very, very big. Music wouldn't take up that much, but it would take up enough. But it would take up a fair amount. Yeah, this is maybe one reason why it was worth compressing the level data. Because basically once you've left the level select screen and loaded a puzzle, the data for the levels is loaded all the time basically, which gives me, it means that I could swap out a whole memory bank and not cause any problems. So the music might have to go in there, maybe. But if you had music in one memory bank and then half of the levels in another memory bank, it might get kind of ugly the way you wanted to swap around. Or you might have to put duplicate data into a memory bank depending on what you did. Or you might have to take things that are in a memory bank and then load them into bank 0, which is the one that's always active. You have 2 banks active at any given time. So you might have to load it into bank 0, which might cause a bit of a loading screen. But loading a level is instant at the moment. It was actually, I feel slightly conflicted about it because I feel that menus should more or less work at the speed of thought, and they should be very responsive, you know? You should be able to just press buttons and menu reflects exactly what you've done right away. But I had it loading levels instantly, and it felt kind of amateurish in a way, to be honest. I've been, basically, when I said the last 2 weeks I was putting polish in it, I'm trying to take it from something that feels amateurish to something that feels a little bit more polished and more professional. So I put a little fade in and a fade out on the levels, which is very quick. It's as quick as it can be, and it was kind of interesting to do that effect, but I feel slightly conflicted about it because it means that it's one reason I was reluctant to put it in was because I had the levels loading instantly, and part of me feels proud about that the game in one frame I can load the level and have all the data there. Yeah, it's only a Game Boy game, it's not that big a deal, blah blah blah. But I felt kind of proud of it, you know? I felt like, yeah, people will know that I did an okay job programming the game because it loads the level instantly. And then I went, you know, it just doesn't look right. So I put the slowdown in, and I felt, no, now people won't know. Now people will think I'm buying time for a few frames, but it actually all happens in one frame, you know? Oh, it's Game Boy and Game Boy Color, which is kind of a challenge unto itself. It supports the color, but I felt like if you're making a Game Boy game in this day and age, you might as well go all the way and make it compatible with the original, because there's kind of not that much novelty in saying I made a Game Boy game, but it's you have to use the Game Boy Color to play it. There's not really a lot of novelty in that, you know. But it does create some challenges. This is something I didn't know about Game Boy games until I started making one, but you know the way the Game Boy has 4 colors. If you use the white, what we would call white, but it's actually a very light green color, that color on a sprite is treated as transparency. So actually when it comes to sprites, you only have 3 colors, really. Because if the background is dark and you put that white color in, you will see what's underneath it instead. So that makes it kind of restrictive, and it's, yeah. I think I've done an okay job with the visuals. I did the visuals myself. I think I've done an okay job with that, even though it's very restrictive. So I'm kind of thinking about it like I'm supporting 3 platforms instead of just Game Boy and PC. It's Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and PC. Did your partner help at all, or is she working on another game project? She's not working on anything else right now. She's given me feedback about stuff, particularly on the visuals. But I kind of insisted on doing all the sprites myself. I think for a long time she was kind of annoyed at how ugly the game looked, but it's gradually gotten to a point where she can stomach it, so she seems pretty happy with it at this point. But I insisted on doing all the sprites and stuff myself. I felt like it's my only opportunity to ever do that, because I'm not artistic in that way. I'm probably never going to get another opportunity to do something like that, so I just kind of wanted to take it. It's a bit selfish of me, but hopefully she will be doing an extra tile set for the PC version. I wanted her to work on that already, but like I said, I've been polishing it, and I still think I'm going to hold off in case because I've already added a couple of tiles that weren't there already. So it might be best to wait and see if there's any other extra tiles that get added. Just for background stuff and stuff like that. I feel like you used Game Boy as a platform to intentionally limit yourself. Well, yeah, more or less. It's not the only reason to do it. Definitely, it's maybe not the main reason either. It was just, like I said, a while back I started because I wanted to play Dungeons and Diagrams on a handheld. And then I thought, well, why not just make your own game instead? And that's really what started it. But yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt. I mean, I'm well documented at this point that I have my perfectionist tendencies and all those kinds of problems, so yeah, it helps to be working on a Game Boy. And let's just say that's as far as we can go. How well do you take criticism from her mechanically? I think I take criticism pretty well. She doesn't really like puzzle games, so I don't really listen to her on that front. Oh, she did help me improve a puzzle just the other day, though, actually. I got her to play test it for a while, and there was a puzzle. Yeah, she helped me improve a puzzle. I think I take criticism pretty well. It is hard to take criticism there and then like that, you know. But I take it better than she does. I take it better than she does. I hope she's not watching. But she's getting better about it as well. Okay, don't tell her. I think she'd admit as much, honestly. And she's gotten a lot better about it. She's gotten a lot better about it. How's it going on? Still 45 minutes of Christmas left for us. Hope you had a good one. The triennial. Triennial. I haven't played RE4 remake yet. Yeah, I need another drink myself, actually. Got stopped in a pub once for ordering too many triple whiskies one time. I was ordering loads of them and your man said no more for you. What do you think of the player onboarding with the Talos Principle 2? You know, we were kind of talking about this earlier with Okami and the 1.5 thing. And I think one thing you could say about the Talos Principle 2 is that it's not Talos Principle 1.5. I like that about it. But it does spend a long time with all those NPCs at the start. So it was a bit much, I think. Is this it? Is this where Samus Aran dies? I think this is just a reserve tank, yeah. So I don't get a refill. Yeah, the interruptions are pretty crazy. I think it's about 6 seconds every time you pick up an item in this game, which is kind of mad. One of the dangerous things when you know how to skip a few things in Super Metroid is which one? I think I'm thinking of the crab enemies. There's some of those crabs hit like tanks, and I think maybe there's a couple of other enemies that hit like tanks. When you start going into areas you're not supposed to be in yet, and you don't have the gravity suit, some of the enemies just hit insanely hard, and all of a sudden you're dead. In a game that's normally quite easy, it can go wrong very suddenly if you're using a mock ball or you're doing some tricky high jumps to get, or bomb jumping or whatever to get where you're not supposed to. It can go wrong all of a sudden. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be going back this way, but maybe I am. Forget the intended route. Got speed booster. Probably... Let's see, you're supposed to have the grappling hook before you do Fantoon, I think. Because you have to get through that room. So go and do the crocodile? There's that plant boss, but I'm pretty sure that's just to get your first super missile. Yeah, there's no way you're supposed to go back this way. Oh, maybe you are, yeah. There's a little opening. I need some health. I hope it's not beeping. I don't have the sound on. Stop and talk for 15 minutes about Okami 2 or something while a health beep is going on. Well, I have no idea. It's a save point in here. Yeah, I've done Kraid already. Got back from Nosferatu. It was an absolute masterpiece. You know, people were saying I should watch The Lighthouse, and I watched The Lighthouse and The Northman, and they're real films, so they have that going for them. I mean, there's a lot of films being made that are just, you know, some Marvel thing or something, so they're real films, but I didn't love them. Either of them. But I don't know. I didn't like the new Dune either. So I don't know. Yeah, I think somebody said that they didn't like the ending to The Lighthouse. I do think I would probably look back on it more fondly if the ending was better. I do think that was a big part of my problem with it, alright. Because there was a stretch. There is a good stretch of it that is good. But I feel it's been a very long time since I've seen The Witch, but I felt like The Lighthouse and The Northman were kind of empty in a way for me. Just that there wasn't really anything behind them, you know? But I don't. There's a lot of modern films that I've watched that I really have not loved. It's not that they're bad films. They're good films, but they just feel like they're lacking something. They don't have... They're missing a substance to them. Which... I don't know. I'm not a film critic. Let's see, I watched Beau is Afraid as well, and I didn't really think much of that one either. Oh, I have, since the last stream, I watched some Kubrick films I haven't watched though. I finally watched Clockwork Orange and Barry Lyndon, and they were both incredible. They were both really good. Clockwork Orange in particular was absolutely astonishing. Oh yeah, I watched Banshees of Inisherin. I love that one. Yeah, I thought that was really good. Beau is Afraid was disappointing. I mean, I think it's the same director that did Hereditary, and I didn't really like Hereditary either. So a lot of people like it. I didn't like it. But I watched Beau is Afraid, and I actually loved the first half an hour or so. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It kind of reminded me of Synecdoche, New York. Don't know if I'm saying that right. I think I'm saying it right. It reminded me of that, but it felt like it wasn't exactly a retread of that, because Synecdoche, New York is kind of, I mean, paraphrasing it, this is very reductive, but it's kind of like about depression or about getting older or about those kind of vague feelings that you have trouble putting into words or something. Whereas you could maybe say that Beau was kind of ripping it off in a way at the start, but it felt like it was at least saying something different with it, in the sense that it was about anxiety, right? And I thought it was an extremely interesting portrayal of that. and then the film just kind of gradually got worse and worse as it went on, you know. So the films that I have liked lately is I really liked Banshees of Inisherin, and I really liked Tar. I think Tar was phenomenal. Banshees of Inisherin was really, really good as well. Those are the only recent films that I think I've really loved, unless you can name some other ones that I might have seen that I'm forgetting about. Yeah, I watched I'm Thinking of Ending Things, and I didn't love that either. I didn't love it either. I've only seen it once. I would be willing to give it another shot. Poor Things, yeah, I did watch that. I enjoyed that. I don't think it's one of his best, but yeah, I enjoyed it, but I don't think I enjoyed it more than most of his films, actually. Poor Things. I haven't seen Kinds of Kindness yet, no. Talking about films now. Did I save yet? I'm going to save again just in case I didn't. Oh, I must have. If that's not, I'm going to go back in and do it again though, just to be safe. Not that it really matters. It's the Super Metroid appreciation stream. I watched Pig, yeah. I watched it with no expectations, and it was surprisingly good. Not amazing, but like way better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I've seen Silence. If you're talking about the Scorsese film, I love that one. Yeah, that's my favorite Scorsese film, actually. I'd say it's my favorite anyway. It was kind of one of the earliest ones I watched, honestly. You know, I saw Taxi Driver ages ago, and probably a couple of the other ones ages ago, but I think I only really started getting into his films after watching Silence. But so I kind of want to watch it again after seeing stuff like The Wolf of Wall Street and Goodfellas are really good, Raging Bull is really good, King of Comedy really good, but Silence I think is still my favorite one. Yeah, there's a lot of films that I don't want to dump on them, because I feel like your man, in particular the guy that does The Lighthouse and The Northman and Nosferatu he's doing now, I think he's really trying to make good films, you know, he's really trying to do it. It's just they feel kind of hollow to me. But I don't know, I've just been feeling that way about films lately. I didn't really like I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say. I've only seen that once. I'd be willing to give it another shot, because I do find Charlie Kaufman interesting. His film's interesting. I'd be willing to give that one another shot, so I might watch that one another day and maybe that'll click with me better. But I rewatched Anomalisa at some point this year, and maybe this comes across in my videos. There's a gap between how I am on video and how I am on stream, and even how I am in real life. There's another gap between how I am on stream and in real life. But quite a cynical person, believe it or not. And I think Anomalisa might be the only film I've ever watched, the only one I've ever watched where I think that's too cynical even for me. It's such a bleak, cynical film. It's insane. It's kind of crazy, you know. I watched it and I went, that's too cynical even for me. So who is this film for? You know. I'm trying to think. There must be. I feel like there's another film that recently that I really enjoyed. But the two that are springing to mind are Tar and Banshees of Inisherin. I would definitely recommend those without hesitation. There's other ones. I talked about this on stream before at some point. I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once and I liked that. I watched Parasite. I mean, these are all a good while ago now. Those ones. But A Clockwork Orange was fucking incredible as well. A Clockwork Orange is absolutely incredible. Seriously, an astonishingly good film. And Barry Lyndon is like maybe the most beautiful, like second for second, shot for shot, it's maybe the most beautiful film ever. I would like to watch Godzilla -1. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've heard good things though. I tried to watch Oppenheimer and I just couldn't sit through it. I mean, I might have said this on stream before, but I think Christopher Nolan's filmography is just almost directly a straight line downwards. Not a straight line, but you know, more like a diagonal line pointing downwards. I watched about half an hour of Oppenheimer and it has absolutely no patience whatsoever. It keeps cutting all over the place constantly. Cut all the time. It felt like, I mean, I'm exaggerating here, but it felt like a previously on segment. And I felt like I was waiting for the film to start, you know? It feels like this is all preamble. And if I just get through this next scene, the film will start, because surely it can't go on any longer. And then I was about half an hour in and it was still like that. And I just went, no, I'm out. I'm not watching. If this has already taken half an hour of the film, this is not going to be a good film for me, you know? He really has no patience whatsoever, and it's a shame. So I think Memento and The Prestige are really good. Really good. You could probably poke a lot of plot holes in The Prestige and blah blah blah, but Memento and The Prestige are really good films, you know? So I think it's kind of crazy that I've liked all of his films less and less as he's gone on, because people, I don't know. So there's some people probably feel the same way about my channel, you know. It just gets worse and worse every video, you know. And it's a new low. When he started making those theory videos, just a new low. So yeah, I suppose in that way I respect him. He's making the films he wants to make, you know. I'm guessing I had already seen Stalker last time I streamed. Yeah, I must have, because I watched that for the first time a few years ago now. But it was like the antithesis of Stalker, basically. Oppenheimer. Yeah, I've talked about it earlier a bunch on this stream already, the game. So I won't reiterate, but I'm still working on it. I don't know which game you mean though. It's a puzzle game now. I'm making a puzzle game for the Game Boy. That's the one I'm making. But this one is actually gonna release. I did watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, I enjoyed it actually. I did. I wasn't expecting to, honestly, but I did. Coppola's new movie is unwatchable. Yeah, I'd like to give that a shot though. Best Tarkovsky is Mirror. Apparently that's maybe, I don't know, maybe you're Russian. Apparently that's the sentiment is in Russia. He's known for Mirror, but elsewhere he's known for Stalker or Solaris. But yeah, I'd like to watch that at some point. I think I've only watched 3 of his films now. Nostalgia, Stalker and Solaris. And I liked Stalker the most. Kind of... Sorry, I've gone quiet because I feel like when I start streaming, my professionalism gradually goes out the window, and everybody probably kind of enjoys that. But I do think maybe we need a bit more professionalism in the world. I don't know. I kind of feel like talking shit about a film reviewer. Because I watched a film review about one of the films that was mentioned, and I just thought it was absolutely fucking embarrassing. I thought it was a complete embarrassment, the film review, you know? So, but no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to tease, but this is the kind of shit that's going through my head. I just thought it was an embarrassment. My God. It's not even anybody you would care about, probably, so don't worry about it. It's not Red Letter Media. It's not Red Letter Media. Can you tell us what was wrong with it? Yeah, I thought I'm a game reviewer, and I could do a better film review than what you've done of this film, and you've been a film reviewer for a very long time, and this person does reviews of films and as a job, and has done it for a long time, and talked about this film. I was interested to see what people think about this film. Can somebody say anything interesting about it? Because going back to our word from earlier, I'm not even going to name the film, but going back to our word from earlier, I thought that this film had an extremely high level of craftsmanship to it. Very high. And I thought, surely there's interesting things to be said about this film. I have interesting thoughts about it. So if I watch a film review, maybe I can see those echoed. It's probably not any of the reviewers you're thinking of, seriously. It's probably not any of the reviewers you're thinking of. And it's probably not any of the reviewers you're thinking of. So don't even bother guessing. But I watched it, and then nothing interesting was said for the whole review. And I don't know. I feel like the thing I'm thinking of that was embarrassing was so embarrassing that I think it could have been a joke. It could have been like a poorly phrased joke. And maybe, I mean, you can joke all you like about me being autistic because I make videos that say the word context sensitivity 60 times. But I'm not, actually. And I think I understand when somebody is making a joke. But you kind of want to believe that it's a joke, what they were saying. Only nothing intelligent was said in the review, and it made me think maybe it was. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stop. No, I'm really not. I don't want to stir up some shitload of drama for myself by talking anybody. So I'm not gonna name names, but it's just, I don't know, man. The film deserved better than it got in that review anyway, let me tell you that. Where are we going now? We have the wave beam. What does that open up? We can go back somewhere earlier, maybe. Ultimately, I want to get grapple. Maybe it's just here, is it? jumped out to me that you're very vocal about never listening to game critics, but you're on about movie reviewers. Why the choice for that? I don't typically listen to movie reviewers either, but it's not my sphere. So I thought, why not? It's just a film that I enjoyed a lot, and I thought, yeah, okay, I'll see what people had to say about this. So I watched a couple of reviews about it, and yeah, that's why. It's just because it's not my sphere, really. But yeah, I don't. No, I'm not going to give any hints or anything. I shouldn't have brought it up. Seriously, I'm always being unprofessional and stuff on stream, you know, and I'm gonna cut myself some slack. It's not right, you know. It's not right. It wouldn't be right for me. But seriously, it's not. It's not like some person who you go, oh, he's gone off on that guy. Now you have to respond. It's you know. It's probably not anybody you're thinking about, so don't worry about it. I just think it's a shame. More than anything, it's a shame that people don't take their jobs more seriously at times. Especially when you have a job like being a film reviewer. It's a lucky job to have, you know? Being a game reviewer too. I'm including myself here. It's a lucky job to have. So just take it a bit more seriously. When somebody makes something, just take it a bit more seriously. I don't know. You know? I think some films and games are not good. But I always try and keep in mind that people pour a lot of time and effort into them to make them. You know, I can't believe, sometimes I think what frustrates me is I can't believe that it's me saying this, that it's me saying that people should be taking their jobs more seriously, that it's me saying that people should try to be more respectful, that it's me that says this stuff. That's how bad it is out there, you know? That's how bad it is. Alright, I'm done. It's a me. Why is that bad? I don't get it. Well, I suppose there's kind of a, like I said, there's kind of, you know, when I'm making my videos, I'm summoning my persona, right? And that's not, it doesn't give you a full picture of who I am. So I don't really want to be that professional. Like, I don't want to be that professional. So I can't believe that somebody like me who feels that way about it has any room to complain about what other people are doing. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that way. If all we were doing was just going by personality, I should be on the lower end of the spectrum of taking this job seriously, because I don't know. I want to. I feel like I've talked about before. I feel more like I want to be creative. I desire creativity more than I desire being a critic, you know. But there's some people who feel like they don't want to be creative, and they have their job as a critic, and they don't want to be a critic either. They don't want to like put any effort into that either, you know. So yeah. Where am I supposed to go? What's the intended route after this? Because I forget. I don't want to just wander aimlessly around the map, or I might as well just be talking to the chat if I'm going to be doing that. Once again, this is the Super Metroid appreciation stream. Have we appreciated Super Metroid enough yet? I feel like we haven't. Did I point out, I mean, I've probably pointed this out on a previous stream, but doesn't Samus's visor glow as she was hiding? Alright. Yeah, same as before. That was a very nice drink. Did you hear me at all?
I heard noises, but
Okay. I was talking, I inadvertently kind of teased the chat. So you'll know what I'm talking about, okay? I want you to be careful. Don't say anything yet, okay? Do you remember we watched a certain film? I didn't name the film or the critic. So this is tough for you. But we watched a certain film, and then we watched a review of that film, and it was completely fucking embarrassing. The review was completely embarrassing.
I'm pretty sure I know the one you mean.
Did you catch that? She said, I'm pretty sure I know the one you mean. But I didn't tell them. I don't want to start a thing.
Okay.
I don't want to start a thing.
Okay.
I didn't mean to tease them, but I opened this can of worms because I was debating it.
Yeah, I can't see
I
the
fell
chat.
silent because I was debating it. Yeah. You don't need to see the chat.
I want to see what they're saying.
Oh. Don't read that. I wasn't.
What? What have you been saying in here?
I said that you take criticism slightly worse than I do.
Yeah, I do. I would say I take criticism significantly worse than you do.
Yay!
Yeah, I know the movie he means, and I know the review he means, because it was,
Don't give them anything, please. I don't wanna open up I'm not gonna start a beef with somebody over this or something, right?
It would be justified beef, I think.
It was fucking shit,
It
wasn't it? It was
was really
shit.
bad.
It was a shit review. Yeah. Anyway. But she thinks so too.
Yeah. You really didn't tell them what it was?
No.
You don't want to?
I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to. It's not a good idea. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing you have people coming back to you then for years about it or something, you know?
Yeah. You branching into movies now?
Well, I talked about films a bit. I talked about films a bit. I told them, I told them some films I enjoyed. I'm not going to name any right now, but I told them some films I enjoyed, and yeah. How Knightley says how provide a respectful critique of the critic and it's fine. How can I do that now? Now that I've just said it was fucking shit. It was a fucking embarrassment.
Well, I mean, if you... Right, okay. Just...
But it was shit and it was an embarrassment.
If you did a really shitty review,
Yeah.
and you could acknowledge that it was a really shitty review,
Yeah.
how would you
But-
feel about someone on a stream saying it was fucking shit?
None of my reviews have been anywhere near as bad as that.
Okay, now you definitely can't say anything.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, there we go. It's decided. I'm not saying anything. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that drink was lovely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing again?
Yeah.
Don't be starting beef in here.
I'm not. See, she does take criticism worse than me. See, I told you. I told you. No, it is. It's the kind of thing that would, people would be trying to dredge it up for ages and all, So it doesn't matter. Feel a little bad for wench sometimes. Don't. Don't. I have some advice. Don't. No, she's good to me. I mean, she's been on stream before. We have a bit of a banter with each other. That's how it is. We have a bit of a banter with each other. I don't have my drunk voice right now. I haven't been drinking enough. 3 hours we're going already. I've only had one drink in that time, so I'm pretty much sober again. Is Sin and Punishment a Christmassy game too? Not for me. But it's a cool game. It's a cool game. If you have Christmas vibes from Sin and Punishment, that's a cool one to have Christmas vibes from. I think, I just associate some games with Christmas probably because I played them around Christmas for the first time. Like Metroid Prime. I'm pretty sure I got that with a GameCube at Christmas, so that's kind of a Christmassy game to me. Although I think I was playing it on a friend's GameCube. I think a friend of mine had it, and I played a bit of it before Christmas, but it was around Christmas anyway, either way, I think, when he got it, so... But it's a Christmas game in my mind. And I don't know what other games really. What's a Christmas game for you? You tell me, chat. Started Ghost Trick last week unaware it was a Christmas game. Yeah, I forgot it was a Christmas game until you said that. Associate Christmas with watching a lot of anime, honestly. Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank feels kind of Christmassy to me as well, actually. The PS2 ones, anyway. Probably for the same reason. I probably played one of them. I might have got one of them as a Christmas present or something. Metal Gear Solid. I don't feel that way, but that would be a good one, yeah. I associate Metal Gear Solid. I have a memory of Metal Gear Solid being sick and staying home from school, because I was almost always in school. I never had perfect attendance, but I was always close to having perfect attendance in school. Well, I never did my homework. On one of the few days I was allowed to stay home because I was sick, I played Metal Gear Solid. So I always think about that. The whole concept of homework is bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. It's astonishing that homework exists. It's mad. It's crazy. That said, if you're a kid and you're watching this, you should probably do your homework. It probably would have done me some good, but I mean, it's kind of bullshit that you're expected to go home and then just do more fucking homework. It's mad. Homework isn't really a thing anymore, actually. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, I have the speed booster now, so I can go this way. I do have the speed booster, don't I? The ice beam is over on the left, but I'd have to... Oh yeah, I remember where to go now. I was thinking I'd have to mock ball to get past the gates on the left, but I don't. I have the speed booster. That's what the speed booster's for. And then we can go and get the ice beam. But wait, I think I need power bombs. Oh yeah, then you're supposed to go all the way back up and get power bombs. Yeah, okay, well I'll go get the ice beam. Yeah, I know where I'm going now. Then you're supposed to come back down and get the grapple. I know I said this game has a very high level of craftsmanship, and it does, but maybe a little bit too much backtracking intended here. A little bit too much of a back and forth here at this point. Tried Shadow of the Ninja Reborn yet? No, I haven't. I don't even know what that is. Sorry. Shadow of the Ninja. This breaks, does it not? Got another drink now. It's lovely stuff. You'd like it since you like Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Okay. You've piqued my interest, alright. How much would you ask for your puzzle game? You'll find out. What would you... Chat, tell me. Actually, I've done no research on this. I have no way of doing research anyway. What would you pay? So, Dungeons and Diagrams-esque game, but it's got 128 puzzles. Okay, the Dungeons and Diagrams only had 64 puzzles. Right, so we have... That's 2 times as many puzzles. Alright. And you can play it on your Game Boy. I'll probably have to look at this later. Yeah, I might as well just stop. How long playtime? Yeah, well, I don't want to make any, I don't want to make any false claims. But I believe It's been a while since I've done a full playthrough where I played every single puzzle. I have played through it a bit, but you don't have to do every puzzle to beat them, so I'm kind of trying not to burn myself out on puzzles by doing different ones each time. And I think it took me about 10 hours to beat. So I'm hopeful that it'll take... I will... Whenever the game is ready to release, I'll do another playthrough and I'll time it or something so I can give people a rough idea. But I think it took me about 10 hours, but I have a head start because, first of all, I know exactly what the solution is to every puzzle, so if I wanted to just input the solution, it would probably only take an hour or two. But even without that, if you're trying to solve the puzzles, even just kind of knowing how to solve the puzzle really speeds it up. And then since then, I've swapped some puzzles out for... Generally, the game has gotten harder over time. So I've swapped some of those puzzles out, and then I've made some of the existing puzzles harder. So hopefully it'll take even longer than 10 hours. Zero. Sorry, I don't play pure puzzle games. That's okay. Alright, well, we'll have to see. I mean, nothing is decided until release day, but... Oh, thanks for asking, Cyberrain. That's a good question, because it's something I've been meaning to talk about. Because it's the kind of thing that's kind of complicated to explain in a blog post. I don't know if people really care for me to talk about the game, because I've kind of talked too much about games that have not come to fruition, but this one is coming to fruition. And yeah, it was kind of interesting. I'm trying to practice what I preach, right? So I talked in the Mario Galaxy 2 video. I talked about how forcing people to do things can be good, but I don't, because I think the simplest summary of that argument would be when you force somebody to do something, you later know that they have done that thing and can build on it, right? And that's basically the approach that I've taken with the game. So initially there was no locks at all. The idea was just that because I mean, I've talked about this before as well, but I don't need a lot of extrinsic motivation to play a game. And so I am fine with making games that don't have a lot of extrinsic motivation in them. So I thought, I don't really care whether somebody unlocks new... I don't want somebody to feel like they have to solve puzzles to unlock more puzzles. I want people to just be able to enjoy the act of solving puzzles to enjoy them, right? So the initial idea was just have them all unlocked right at the start. And you can pick any puzzle right away. But when I started playing it, the very first thing that happened was I started locking puzzles because initially I was envisioning the tutorial as when you're making this type of puzzle game for the Game Boy, immediately you go, okay, it's like P-Cross, right? So I've played P-Cross already, and I thought, oh, in P-Cross there's Mario and he explains the rules to you. It's almost like a video. It's kind of like a demo of Mario solving a puzzle and explaining why he fills in the tiles the way he does. And I thought, well, surely the game will have something like that, right? And I decided not to do that because, well, initially the game had a story and then I dropped the story. And then it was a case of, well, now there's no characters, so how do I present this to the thing? Do I invent a character just to have this tutorial or whatever? And eventually I realized that I could just make a series of puzzles that ramp up. So again, going back to Dungeons and Diagrams, sorry Zach, to use your game all the time as an example for my game, but because I just don't want to reveal what the specifics of the game. There's explicit rules, right? There's rules that you have to know in order to be able to play Dungeons and Diagrams. But I was able to craft puzzles in such a way, you can think of it, in the very beginning, it's slightly more like The Witness in that it's not exactly like The Witness, because there is text that for this type of game the rules have to be explicit. It can't be that you've sort of kind of figured out what the rules are, that you're 99% sure you know what the rule is. It can't be that, right? For a logic puzzle game, it has to be, here is the rule, right? So the rule is written on screen, but the first 6 or 7 puzzles are kind of more like something you would find in The Witness, where they ramp up from the absolute basics of what the mechanics are from there. So the first puzzle only uses rule 1. You only need to know rule 1, and so on. So when the tutorial became that, it became very clear that, okay, everything in the game has to be locked behind puzzle 1, right? And everything has to be locked behind puzzle 2, and so on, until at least you've introduced all the rules. And then there is a bit more locking that happens, but it's pretty freeform. You don't have to solve every puzzle. You don't have to solve every puzzle. Yeah, I don't know what. This leads me to another kind of interesting thought. I don't know if I would ever make a dedicated video about The Witness, because it's in Meta Micro videos, and I'm very happy with how that video turned out. So I kind of feel like the games that got a spotlight in that video don't really need anything more to them. Don't need me to do anything more to them. But I did learn a kind of interesting thing about I did kind of have an interesting realization about The Witness while I was working on my game. It's kind of a semantic argument almost, but the way I think of the game is it's a logic puzzle game, right? Now I don't know exactly what other people mean when they say logic puzzle game. What I mean when I say a logic puzzle game is that every step kind of flows logically from something that's happened before. There's an irrefutable kind of logic to it. And so Dungeons and Diagrams and Picross are both logic. Deduction game is another word for it, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I have thought about it as deduction as well, because, you know, I talked about the difference between deduction and induction in the Obra Dinn video, and this game uses deduction, which is something that I like about it. And it made me think about other puzzle games, and you look at other puzzle games, there's Sokoban style games like Baba Is You or Steven's Sausage Roll or Can of Wormholes or whatever, and they are not exactly deduction games, right? They don't qualify as deduction games exactly because all the steps don't really flow logically from one to the other. But you might think, because The Witness takes place on all these grids, that surely it's a logic puzzle game, because that's, you know, the grid based layout is that, but it's not actually. And kind of a spoiler for The Witness here, but it kind of ties into what I was saying about The Witness in Meta Micro videos when I talked about it, is that the puzzle panels are not purely logical. You don't solve them purely by using logic. You use your intuition to guide you. Now, you can use your intuition to guide you a little bit in Picross or Dungeons and Diagrams or those types of games, but you can't solve a puzzle just with intuition in those games. But you can in The Witness, even though they're on panels. And I think that's kind of interesting, because it really does tie into what, in my mind, what the game is about, you know? it looks like something that's completely logical, but it's not necessarily, you know? Yeah? Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the Ueda game reveal. Yeah, that looked cool. That had a very cool vibe to it, alright. I wouldn't say there's no chance of a Last Guardian video, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Oh, Alegnas, I thought you were doing a yo because I was yoing earlier. Because I yoed earlier in the I didn't know you were saying hello. Oh, I did a yo because I played Okami recently. Yeah, I can't say that I recognize everybody, but it's nice to see a bunch of familiar faces in the chat. A lot of you stuck around, huh? It's been a fucking year or something since the last stream, and I got nothing for you. But you stuck around. Thank you. Thank you. I'm only on my second drink. Yeah, I want to put out more. I do want to put out more, believe me. Yeah, I couldn't do the Halloween stream, sorry. Got a game to make. Do you have any favorite video game apes? What the fuck? Like Donkey Kong? Donkey Kong. I think I might be more of a Diddy Kong guy. Yeah, I would like to see a new Ape Escape, alright. Can you look at your own game as critically as you can the others you play? Probably not, but I try. Probably not, but I try. I still not. I feel like people are not adequately prepared for how minimalist it is. I did the visuals. It basically looks like TAS 100. It's very, very minimal, you know. And it has no music. So, but then again, are those things that I would, like, realistically, really, would I crucify a game for having minimalist visuals or having no music? Doesn't sound like me. I don't think I'm being hypocritical by releasing a game with such a minimalist presentation, you know? I think that is maybe one regret. And, I mean, it can always be patched in later. I want to make sure the game is worth playing on day one, you know? Like, it's got over 100 puzzles in it. And I think they're good puzzles. I hope they are. That's where most of the effort has gone. But, you know, maybe some music can be patched in later. It's just, I think what I'm saying is, I think that's one way in which I would be feeling if I hadn't had the other projects happen that took up so much time and have not come to fruition, then I would be feeling more comfortable with taking some time to make music, to struggle with music. I would also feel less burned out with just trying to do new things all the time, you know. I watched back some of that the action editor video that I had on this channel. I watched that back recently, and I was looking at it and I was thinking, I can't believe I made this and that nothing came of it yet, you know? It just felt like a waste. Or I've learned things. I was watching the video and I was thinking, okay, I have ideas on what I can do better on this now as well. But it just felt like a waste, you know. If I felt proud of it though. I felt proud of it too. I don't want to be totally I don't want to be a downer or something. I looked at it and I went, I thought it was pretty cool that using the editor I made a Medusa head in the span of about a minute, and then, well, maybe not a minute, but then I showed how to make the flea jump and stuff and get it animating correctly, and used all that just in the editor. And I'd love to do even more on that, honestly. I'd love to take it, because that was built inside Game Maker, and I'd love to maybe try and make my own program outside of that and try to work on that more. But there's so much that could be done even just with what I had there already, and we haven't made that game, and that's part of the reason why I haven't done any music, because I can't bring myself to go and do a whole other new fucking thing that I've never done before. You know? I'm just kind of at my limit. I just kind of want to release a game at this point, you know? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Tatsudan says, didn't you migrate it to an SDL prototype as well? Yeah, well, it was SDL. I mean, this is probably what you mean, but it was SDL handling the window creation and the input. So if that wasn't what you mean, it was even better than that. It was SDL to do those with my own OpenGL renderer, basically. Like, it's not that complicated, but it's the kind of thing where it takes time. Partly because I think the resources aren't great. Maybe I just didn't find the right ones, but I think the resources for it aren't great. This is a perennial kind of problem for programmers. Personally, I think any programmers in the chat will agree with me here, but I think programmers, when they make stuff, when they set something up that somebody else is supposed to use, they're really bad at explaining how to use it. They're really bad at explaining the things that a new user might want to know, you know? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to oversell it, but it was my own, like, I was setting up the vertices and all that kind of stuff. That's what I mean by that. So yeah, so the hard part is just trying to figure out what the fuck OpenGL wants, really. And that took about a month to work through, is just figuring out all the magic words that you have to type in to make it do the things that you want it to do. You have to do them in the exact order, and part of the reason it's difficult is because when you're setting something up, it's hard, because when it fails, it's not always clear why it fails, because once you have something set up that was working and now it's not working, it's pretty clear why it failed, right? But in those times where you're trying to get something set up, that's the hard part. And it was true that, it wasn't that great. Somebody pointed out that if you want to do efficient rendering, you kind of don't want to just use quads for stuff because you're drawing a lot of alpha that way. So that would be a big complication if I was going to continue with that engine, if I wanted to support that. I think you could probably get away with it on modern GPUs and all that kind of stuff. But part of making your own engine is trying to do a good job with it, But it did a lot by itself, importing textures, and it did a lot. So I was proud of it, but I was also kind of sad that nothing had come of it yet, Somebody asked, it's gone off the screen for me now, so I can't read it exactly, but somebody asked what the problem with Mushido was, whether it was a programming problem or a design problem. It wasn't really either. The problem is just that it was kind of more ambitious than it should be, especially for a two-person team. Maybe not on my end, but on the art end, it's a lot of art to ask for one person, because it's more, in my mind anyway, the game that I'm envisioning in my mind is more narrative heavy than the other projects that I've pitched. And that comes with it as, that just means you need art assets, and you need maybe more scripting and more kind of things that you only use once, So that's the chief problem with that project. I think it does have a design problem in a sense, in that we're making a Ghosts and Goblins style game with something that was supposed to be more grounded. I mean, it was a very gamey game, so it's only going to be so grounded. So I don't want to oversell it on that front. But it was supposed to be, Ghosts and Goblins is not a believable world. It was supposed to be something that's much more believable than that. Even if it's still somewhat cartoonish, somewhat unbelievable, somewhat, stretching plausibility in many ways, right? Like maybe there's too many enemies spawning and you're kind of just expected to ignore that a little bit. Like, where are all these enemies coming from? How come if I stand still, enemies come up? These are the kinds of things I think about. If I stand still, where are all the enemies coming from? How many enemies can there be? If this is supposed to be a real place, But I honestly think we were kind of rising to meet that challenge. Like, that's another thing I'm proud of. It was still in the early stages, but that's another thing I think was going right on that project. I always thought that I would be really bad at enemy design, because it's the kind of thing where when I'm analyzing a game or thinking about it, I can't say that I thought about it a huge amount all the time. It's something that I kind of learned more by studying Kamiya's games. But yeah, I thought that I would be really bad at it, and instead I was actually really happy at how I was doing, so that's another way I was kind of disappointed. But anyway, I don't know how I got onto this, dwelling on this. Oh yeah, I was saying that this is partially why the current game has no music, because I just don't want to work on something that gets scrapped again. I have something that's going well and I just want to get it out, Yeah, well, the current plan would be, I might have something else that I want to pursue, but if that falls through, I think it's something small anyway, but so whether that comes to fruition or falls through, then it's back to Regulus, and then back to Mushido after that. honestly, like in the beginning, I outlined 4 different. I didn't really outline them, but I mentioned that I had 4 ideas. And over time, I've been thinking that the one that I labeled Procyon might actually be easier than Beetlejuice, which is Mushido. I think Procyon might actually be the easier of or not necessarily the easier of the two. I think it's kind of more ambitious in the end, but it's part of the problem with Mushido is, like I said, you need more art, but also I think that art would have to come in earlier in the project for it to make sense, because it's slightly more story driven than the others. It's not really story driven. I don't foresee myself making story driven games by and large, but it's slightly more story driven than the others. And so I kind of think that for Procyon, if we were to stick to just the two of us, we could work on the core of the game for a long time and get that into shipshape, and then bring artists in more towards the end. Artists and maybe a composer or something more towards the end, you know. But I think it's a problem with indies where it's kind of a problem in general, but even indies suffer from it, which is kind of strange, is they have this big success, or they make a game and they release it and then they just try and go bigger and bigger all the time, you know. I don't necessarily want to do that. I don't want to go bigger and bigger. I think this is another thing I've learned is I was already a fan of Zachtronics, right? And maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I've kind of developed more respect for Zach working on my game, because I feel like I was trying to cram that story in, and I was trying to cram stuff into the game that didn't, like, I'm always going on about games can just be games. Just let the game be the game. Let the game be the game. And yet, when I made one of my own, I kept thinking, does it need more? Does it need something else? Does it need something else? And yeah, it feels like Zach doesn't suffer from that at all. You know, I mean, he has, I think it was the composer that wrote the story as well, right? Matthew Burns, I think, does the story for the Zachtronics games. But like, they had a little team that they were collaborating with. Yeah, exactly. Or Liano says Zach's got big balls. Exactly. Yes. He does, because it's tough to just let the game be a fucking game. It's actually kind of tough to do that. You know, it's kind of tough to do that. Just let the game be the fucking game. And like, he brought in people who could give him nice art and nice music and nice story and all that, like bolster the game. But yeah, I think it does kind of take big balls to say, just let the game be the game. Because I don't think I'm somebody who shies away from doing things that people won't like, you know. I mean, those micro video compilations took like a fucking huge amount of work, and I knew they weren't going to get as many views as usual. You know, I knew they weren't going to appeal to as many. I'm not somebody who shied away from that kind of stuff. But even so, when I was making my own game, it was just, yeah, maybe you should. There's like this little voice in your head going, well, maybe it needs more. Maybe it needs to be something else. How could you appeal to someone else? You know, maybe this could be here. Maybe that could be there. What else could we put in this thing? But really, I know I'm just happy with a puzzle game, so that's what it's going to be in the end. But it wasn't as easy to get there as you would think. But it's a good lesson to have learned. Somebody asked me earlier, what lesson have I learned from the game? That's probably the biggest takeaway that I'll take from it. It's just it's probably going to make me double down on everything I already believe, basically. Yeah. I think I don't know, I think I just think a lot of indies just try to go too big too fast, you know. You don't have to do that. Like, you compare something like Devil Daggers to Hyper Demon. Hyper Demon's not that much more complicated. It's more complicated for sure. But on the grand scale of how complicated a game can be, Hyper Demon is really not that much more complicated. And it's fucking great, you know? That was an achievable thing to do. So do it. You know? But yeah, I feel like Beetlejuice, aka Mushido, is a little bit bigger than that, and if I can earn enough money to just be set to just sit and make games for a long time, then I'm happy with that. Don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that before we try to go bigger, I would at least want to get to the point where I'm comfortable, so that say we go bigger and we have a team and Mushido fails, then at least I can go back to making games by myself, you know, if that's what's needed, you know. Going to market your game at least a little bit. I'm planning to put up a video on the main channel. Planning to put up on the video on the main channel. That's the only marketing that I'm going to do, though. Hopefully that's enough. It'll hopefully be on Steam, Solemn. It's just there's no page for it yet. I admire your optimism, Liam. I admire your optimism. Liam says, I mean, your channel has 250k subs. If you charge $10 and it gets 50k views, you'll make good money. That's just not how it's gonna work. It's... I don't know. I'd be surprised. You will probably all have a more realistic vision of how it's going to work than I do. Like how it's going to do, just based on my channel. I don't know how many purchases to expect. 10k would be a good target. Does 10k sound realistic to you guys? I actually don't know what to expect. I'm bracing myself for a very wide possibility of outcomes. I'm trying to brace for 200 sales. $101 copies sold. That's more than the actual Wonderful 101, so that only sold 13 copies. more people will play your game than the Wonderful 101. It's sad that that's an actual possibility now that you mention it. I don't think it's likely though, honestly. The Kickstarter had something like 33,000 people, I think, so that's not likely. Minimum 2K. Has a stranger recognized you just from your voice alone? No, that's why I never speak when I'm outdoors. Yeah, oh, believe me, I'm aware. 30% goes to Steam and more to VAT and all that. Yeah, I know. Will you put your game on GOG? I don't have any aversion to doing that. I'm not trying to use Steam as DRM or anything. I'm just trying to use the platform that makes the most sense, but I don't have any aversion to doing that. I don't know that GOG would carry it though. I think there's still some curation that happens there, and I wouldn't blame them for rejecting what is essentially a Game Boy game. But you know, maybe I can use itch or something like that. I don't know. If enough people demand a platform, then of course it's something to look into. I must have saved in the ship if I'm at full energy. I can't. Yeah, a switch port would be nice. Yeah, I can't do a switch port though. At least not easily. Because first of all, I'm going to use my own engine, if you want to call it that. I'm going to use my own renderer for the PC version. So it's not as simple as hitting an export button, but the renderer, I mean, it was already pretty simple to do that demo that I showed of all the fleas jumping around. And the version that I have for this, because it's just trying to emulate a Game Boy game essentially, it's basically just rendering tiles, because I don't even really use the sprite functionality on the thing. So so it's a very, very simple kind of engine. It's probably the kind of thing where if you are somebody who ports Switch games for a living, you could probably do. It's probably be one of the fastest ports of your life, I imagine. But that means I would either have to collaborate with someone, or I would have to get Nintendo's approval to get their access to their API or whatever, which seems unlikely. So yeah. I'll be back in a minute, fellas. Just give me a minute. Oh, I probably only explained this once before, but Platinum put out that wonderful 101 picture during COVID as a kind of away thing. Oh no, it was for a background for if you were doing video calls or something. It's amazing how well it works as an away picture. Ah, that's why that was harder. At the start I was trying to do this, I was trying to get a bomb jump started by jumping into the air and then dropping the bomb. That's why it was harder than I remembered, because I didn't have high jump at the start. What a game. Super Metroid, what a game. I don't know how to say your name, Joenhom, I think. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think I've abandoned the classical music idea. It's pretty hard to get it right on a Game Boy as well anyway, I think. I forget what we were talking about. Is there any other news that I haven't talked about yet? There must have been loads of stuff that was happening. The way this game, I didn't really say anything about it other than it looked cool, although there's not really much more to say. I hope it turns out well. But I liked the style of it anyway. Seems like it's going to be more different to his current games than so far. I mean, the inclusion of a kind of mech thing is a pretty big departure from the stuff that he did before. But I think I remember him saying back during when Half-Life 2 came out, I think Half-Life 2 was his game of the year at some point, and he talked about how he wanted to make an FPS and everything. It's not what you'd expect from him, but I think so anyway. I might be thinking of someone else. I'd like to imagine Matthew looks like Henry Cavill. I'd be very disappointed. Yeah, I watched the Half-Life 2 anniversary. Sorry, I asked chat what I hadn't been talking about, and then I didn't look at the chat. What do you think will happen to Platinum Games now? I don't know. I don't know. I will say... it seems that I feel compelled to say this. I don't know. I don't know how true this is, because nobody really knows what happens behind closed doors. By the way, I don't have any information that isn't public or anything like that. This was on a stream, I believe, at some point. But you know, people have been talking about the fact that they want to do games as a service, and that it seems that Atsushi Inaba was the one pushing for it and all that kind of stuff. the only thing I want to say is maybe it was him, and maybe he really did kind of tank Project GG by trying to do that. But I'm pretty sure I was watching a stream one time that they did. This is a stream that had almost no viewers, I think. It was around the time that they were doing the Wonderful 101 remaster, and I'm pretty sure I can't remember exactly what happened, but I got the impression that Inaba was the one who pushed for the remaster to happen. I'll just give you my completely subjective reading on it, but it felt to me like Kamiya almost didn't want it to happen, or felt like, I don't know about that exactly, but he kind of looked a touch uncomfortable to me when Inaba was talking about it. But Inaba basically said something along the lines of that the Wonderful 101 was too good a game to leave languishing, you know, and so he made an effort to try and save it somehow. Now, he could have been lying, the story could be more complicated, it could be any number of things, but what I would say is Inaba, he might be flawed, he might have gone off course at some point, right? And I've always said, by the way, let it be clear, even before any of this shit happened, I said at some point on stream, I'm pretty sure I said that I was a Kamiya fan first and foremost, and not necessarily a Platinum fan, right? But like, I'm pretty confident Inaba is not somebody who got into the games business to be greedy or something like that, you know? He has his own concerns about how the company is being run, in trying to give people job security and all those kinds of things, you know? There's lots of different reasons to do the kinds of things that he did. I'm not saying they're right, okay? I value the games above all, and I have a huge amount of respect. Like, Kamiya won so many points for me, right? He was already my favorite director, but huge amount of respect for him for just walking away, you know? Just walking away, because he wasn't happy to put his name on it, so he doesn't put his name on it. And that's, everybody should be like that, right? And not everybody is, unfortunately, right? And it's not the same if you let something happen, you push something out, and then later you say, you know what, that wasn't me, I wanted it to be something else. The really hard thing to do is what he did, is to walk away there and then, to say, I'm not going to benefit from this. I can't let other people think that I made this because they trust me, you know? That's great. But it's not as though Inaba is some kind of greedy monster or something like that. Like I said, I've done a bit of research. You know, my... obviously, I don't know if I'll ever do more, right? But I did 2 commentary videos on Kamiya's game. So obviously the common thread is Kamiya between them. But he's collaborated with Inaba a few times now, and we hadn't quite got to that part, but he's also collaborated with other people a few times as well. And so I've done a bit of research on Inaba, because Inaba was the producer of Beautiful Joe. And during that I learned, like I said in the Beautiful Joe commentary, that he said that he used to play test builds without any upgrades and stuff like that. And it's like, somebody who does that is not just there trying to make money, you know? So, again, I'm not saying he can't have lost his way or whatever, right? But I felt the need to defend him a little bit, because I got the impression at some point during one of those streams that he was primarily responsible for saving the Wonderful 101. And he did it because he thought it was a good game that deserved to be saved, you know? And that has a lot of respect for me, you know? So that's all I wanted to throw out there. But like I said, I'm primarily a Kamiya fan. I feel like the people at Platinum like considering that they had Kamiya on site, I feel like the people at Platinum did not do enough to absorb the kinds of things that make his games good. Personally, that's why I kind of hesitate to call myself a Platinum fan. I feel like they were more reliant on him than they should have been, especially considering how long he was there, you know. Yeah, that Nintendo VP that joined Platinum, though, I don't know if he's to blame either, because he stated, I don't know if you're aware of this, but he stated that he left his job at Nintendo to join Platinum because Project GG was so compelling. Now again, that could be bullshit, right? But taking it at face value, it doesn't sound like he's the kind of guy that would tank it, you know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have to say, it was very... if they thought that they could just lose Kamiya and that it wouldn't be a massive blow to the company, they were completely mistaken about that, you know? Like, I've seen Kamiya joke before about how when he makes a game with somebody, they don't want to work with him again because he's, you know, because he is what he is. So people make games with him and then they don't want to work with him anymore, you know? And maybe that gives you the impression that they don't respect him or something, but I don't think that's the truth. I think people do respect him, even if they work with him and they never want to work with him again. I don't think that means they don't respect him, you know? So it just doesn't, it's not a good sign for the company for them to lose someone like that. But I don't want them to go belly up exactly, you know? It'd be nice if they could right the ship somehow and yeah, and figure it out. Like, there is, as you can imagine, I've been paying attention. There is a lot of people from Platinum who went over to the new Clover's studio, and I may be mistaken, but I don't think Hiroshi Shibata was one of them. So I don't know where he is. He might still be with Platinum. Again, it's hard to know. You don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but he appears to be very talented, right? He was, for those who don't know, he's the chief planner on Okami, which I only realized yesterday when I finished Okami again. He's the chief planner on that, but he's also the chief game designer or the gameplay lead on Resident Evil 4, Bayonetta, and The Wonderful 101. Or at least he was involved in The Wonderful 101. I don't know if he was the gameplay lead on it. So, like, clearly been involved in a lot of good games. He might still be at Platinum. I think the director of Bayonetta 3 is still there. So they're not dead yet. He's leading Wonderful 101. Yeah, I mean, like, that's... AEC says he worked on DMC1. I don't think that's true. That might be true. Might be true. I'm about 99% sure that he didn't work on Beautiful Joe. Anyway. I had a whole... Like, this is something I was doing for the Beautiful Joe commentary. It's actually quite difficult to... Right, here's one example of me taking my job seriously, to go back to a point from earlier, not to dredge up an old beef, right, but the Beautiful Joe commentary, there's a line, it's almost like a throwaway line almost, that 4 people from Devil May Cry 1 worked on Beautiful Joe. It's actually kind of hard to figure that out because the name always changes. The thing that people are credited as always changes. You know, designers used to be planners, right? And then at some point they became designers, but they're not always called that. So I basically had to go through the credits for both games just name by name, and then try to figure out who was involved and who wasn't, you know? And then I had to do that again for Resident Evil 4 because I was curious how many of them went on to Resident Evil 4. It's not... I mean, it's not as though it was a hard job, but it fucking took a little bit of time, you know? Yeah, I feel like I talk about Cameo too much, but I will say one more thing is I had a funny is it funny haha? I don't know if it's funny haha. A funny realization the other day, right? Like Cameo left Platinum. He seems to be able to work with Capcom now. Nintendo and Sega share the rights to Bayonetta. So the only game that he can't make a sequel to for the foreseeable future is The Wonderful 101. Ha 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 ha. It's funny, haha. Oh, this is what I was saying from earlier. Look, you just take, if you go into an area you're not supposed to be in, you just take shitloads of damage out of nowhere. It's supposed to have the gravity suit here. Yeah, he's working with Capcom. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Yeah, they're not actually part of Capcom, but they can work with Capcom, right? So presumably they could do a Beautiful Joe sequel if Capcom says yes. I'll be honest with you, man. The Wonderful 101 is not the easiest one to get into. If you haven't played mini action games, better off starting with something like Devil May Cry or Metal Gear Rising or something like that. What happened here? I came back up and then I got power bombs, right? Then the power bombs let you go down. Well, I can go down this way and get some stuff this way. It's not useful for progression, but all we're doing is appreciating the game. Appreciating the craftsmanship of the game. It's a beautiful game, Super Metroid. It really is beautiful. Some games are just like that. This is one of them. It's overtaken A Link to the Past for me, personally. I think the average Metroid is not... Well, there's so few Metroid games. I don't know. Is the average Metroid better than the average Zelda? I don't know. But they knocked it so far out of the park with this one that it's actually better than A Link to the Past, I think. Yeah, I think I have to put this as my favorite SNES game. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know. I mean, I might actually enjoy A Link to the Past moment to moment, kind of more in a more normal, I'm playing a game and having fun way. Because there is... Samus's movement in this game does have its quirks, shall we say. Like, it's not as immediately enjoyable as something like Super Metro or Zero Mission or Fusion. They kind of smoothed out her movement in those games in a way. But this game just has, again, we go back to the craftsmanship word, right? It just has a level of craftsmanship to it that's just... It's just beautiful. You know, it's just like, it's just beautiful. Like the thing I was pointing out earlier. I mean, maybe people think I'm mad and nobody gives a shit, but that's L, that's R, that's L and R, right? It's not which one I press last wins. It's not R always wins over L. It's not anything. It's two buttons are being pressed in combination, therefore a combination of things happens. Therefore some other thing happens. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Then it's got a great presentation. It's got so much thought and care put into it, you know. Really, really good. I used to think this game was about as good as Metroid Prime, but I think it's better than Prime. Not to say that Prime is a bad game, but I do think it's better than Prime. Prime has its own things going for it, though. You gotta say, like, I love the fucking visors in Prime. You know, they blew my mind when I saw them. Happy Christmas, Sean. Hope you had a good one. Any expectations for Switch 2? A new 3D Mario. Do you know what? I'll tell you another one. You can't really cash in your predictions, right? But you know the way on the Master of Zelda predictions, I actually said when Tears of the Kingdom came out, I said to whatever we're calling her now, I said, I think that we're about a year or two away from the next Zelda game. I said, I think there's another one coming. I think they've been working on another one. But yeah, I don't think we're a year or two away from the next Zelda game now. We might be, though. We might be. There's probably a large chunk of the Tears of the Kingdom team that's been working on it for 2 years already. So, who knows? And if they do what I want them to do, which is make it a bit more constrained, then who knows? But we'll see. I don't know if I'd include this in a review, so why not? Personally, I really love... I made this clear in the Breath of the Wild review. I absolutely love the enemy design in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Just visually and stuff, and also in terms of their behavior and all that as well. I think what they achieved there was amazing. But just if we just even take them visually, I love them visually. I think they're brilliant visually. The Bokoblins, the Zalfos, the Lynels, and in Tears of the Kingdom, the Gleeoks and everything. Like, they just look great. They look really, really great. They look I don't want to say how they should look, because Zelda games always look different, but they just did a phenomenal job on them, you know. But on top of that, they also did a good job of creating lots of items that look like the things that they do. Now you can tell them a few drinks in, but they look like the thing that they do. I mean, you know, the gems, all the things look the way they should. All the objects in the game look the way they should. All the food and all the things mean that you don't have to... I mean, it goes down to everything. Like, even in Tears of the Kingdom, the muddle buds, you know, or the puff shrooms, things like that. They just look right. They just look like, yep, that's the way that thing should look, you know? So I think they're going to have a struggle if they try to change the art style again. But I don't know. They didn't really struggle with it in Echoes of Wisdom. So like that part of the game was great as well. You understood what everything could do straight away. So maybe I'm overselling it. But I think the part of the art direction that kind of gets overlooked is just how clearly all the things communicate what they do in those games. And if you upheave the art style yet again, which I feel like they're going to be tempted to do next time because they're going to want to make it seem more fresh than Tears of the Kingdom. I just worry that they're going to have to redo, like, there's two conflicting desires, right? They put all this effort into the chemistry and physics systems, and I think that it would be crazy for them to give that up. I think it would be absolutely crazy for them to give that up. Well, let me think about it now. It would be crazy unless the next game has an extremely compelling hook that doesn't require them, right? Unless they found something else. Unless they found an extremely compelling hook that doesn't require any of that stuff, something that really upheaves the whole formula and does something very different, then I think they'd be crazy to give up all that work that they've done. So the question is, can they keep that work but also change the way everything looks? You know? Because I feel like they're going to be tempted to do that. And I don't necessarily need them to do that personally. Yeah, Pirga says the number one thing they need to do for the next game, no matter what it is or does, is reevaluate their menuing. Okay, I'm going to give you the most insane take of the evening. You ready? I've been very critical of all the interruptions that happen in the Zelda games. From before it was cool. Okay, from before it was cool, from many years ago. If you go back to my comparison video from many years ago, I said that there's too many interruptions, okay? And I more or less agree that, like, Tears of the Kingdom increased the amount of interruptions. I think in Breath of the Wild it was, like, I even complained about it in the Breath of the Wild video, basically. I said that, you know, bows could auto-equip. Some things could do that, right? So I'm not completely defending this, right? But it's not so much an opinion I'm expressing, but I want to play devil's advocate on it. I feel compelled to play devil's advocate on it, right? Because when lots of people believe something, I think maybe that's not true. When lots of people believe something, I think, but really? But is that true? Is that true, right? You believe it, but is it true? Is the menu of Tears of the Kingdom and Echoes of Wisdom actually bad? Is it actually slower than the alternatives? Is it? Really? Do we know that? Do we know that? Or are we just guessing? Are we using our gut and saying okay. Alright, listen to me. Okay, everybody's saying yes. Everybody's saying yes. Listen to me. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Nintendo are crazy. Nintendo are crazy, right? They do crazy things sometimes. But Nintendo is Nintendo. Nintendo is Nintendo. they've made some very good games over the years, you can't deny, right? In many respects, they know what they're doing, right? In very many respects, they know what they're doing. In many respects, they're ahead of the curve a lot of the time. They know lots of things, right? So, the fact that they have used that horizontal menu 3 games in a row should at least raise your eyebrow. It should at least make you go, what if they're right and I'm wrong? You should at least be willing to ask that question. What it made me think of, right? And again, like, my gut says the same thing your gut says. It's bad, right? It's slow, it's cumbersome, I don't like it, okay? My gut says the same thing yours does. But I had a thought. It made me think about, maybe some of you have seen, have you ever seen those things where a word flashes on screen one at a time and you can actually read faster than you would otherwise? Especially, I think there's a technique they use where they highlight a certain letter, the main vowel of the word, and they put the word into the middle of the screen, right? And they have the main vowel always overlap, so the word can actually jump a little bit to the left or the right. And no, it's not a TikTok thing. It's just a single word on the screen at a time, right? And it flashes up very quickly. And I don't know what the word for it is, right? But if you experience this, if you've seen this thing, I wish I knew the phrase to use for it, but it's a style of reading, a style of presenting words to you. You'll find if you do things that way, you can actually read a lot faster than you could otherwise. Now you look at the Tears of the Kingdom menu, there's one thing on screen at a time. Everything scroll, and what you do is you hold the button to just scroll it as quickly as possible. And now all of a sudden you're absorbing loads of different things very quickly in a way that you might not otherwise. All I'm saying is your gut can tell you something, everybody else on the planet can tell you something, and you can be wrong, right? Because it could be, I'm open to the possibility that it actually allows people to browse the menu faster than it would otherwise. I think you have to be open to that possibility. Especially if you factor in the idea that Nintendo wanted you to not dismiss lots of different items offhand. They didn't want you to just go to a category of, say, explosives or food or something like that. They didn't want you to just go to a category and dismiss lots of items offhand. They wanted you to at least be able to consider the possibility of using items that you might not otherwise. So if you consider that that was a priority of theirs, and yet they wanted to present items very quickly, maybe that was the best way to do it. Maybe. I'm honestly skeptical myself, okay? But are you telling me that you think it's completely impossible that we could do a study on this and that might be the truth of the matter? You can't say that it's completely impossible. Now, somebody was asking about a radial menu, and yes, I agree, right? A radial menu would be faster, but again, think about the desire for the designers to make you consider using items you don't normally use. They wanted you to consider items that you weren't already using, right? If you give a customizable radial menu, you'll just default to trying to use the stuff that's on the menu. But if you have to scroll past something, then you go, oh wait, hang on, maybe that's useful. You know? Dry Tony says, in Echoes of Wisdom, I actually did end up choosing echoes I wouldn't have used otherwise simply because it was quicker. Yeah, that's not really what I'm talking about, but I think they considered that as another benefit, maybe. It's kind of a shitty benefit, to be honest with you. It's kind of a shitty way of encouraging people to use items that they wouldn't otherwise use. And look, listen, I bought a Wii U, okay? And actually, somebody was asking about the Switch 2 earlier. I want the Switch 2 to just be a revival of the Wii U. I want the gimmick this time to be that the dock has a cable in it that you can plug in, and then you've got your dual screen gameplay. Optionally, of course, I don't want every game to force it, right? But that would be my favorite thing for them to do with the Switch 2, is just you can plug a cable into your Switch and now it's a Wii U, right? I talked about this on a prior stream. I think that there's potential for Nintendo to integrate all of the gimmicks they've ever had into one console eventually. And I think the Wii U is probably the prime candidate for coming back first, right? And like another thing that they could do is they can put, I don't know what the technology is like these days, but they can put a sensor bar on the dock, and now you have a sensor bar, and maybe you can use the Joy-Cons with the sensor bar to get your Wii pointer back, and I can play Sin and Punishment again, right? So of course I would love to play a version of Tears of the Kingdom that had a dedicated pad for you to put things on. Again, I took the piss out of them for this in the Breath of the Wild review. I'm just saying, when your gut tells you something and when everybody else seems to agree, you should at least go, but what if? But what if Nintendo is right? Like, does Nintendo not deserve a little bit of goodwill? A little bit of saying, but what if they tried this many other ways and this was the way that worked? Somehow this is the way that worked. I can't understand it, but maybe that's how. That's all I'm asking for. You get me? Do you get me? No. Nope. Reconsidered. Okay. Matt is a dev now and wants to give devs credit. I've always tried to be charitable. Granted, I'm a very cynical and I'm a cynical, hateful man, so I don't always do a good job, but somebody's gotta. A little humility, chat. That's what I'm asking for. A little bit of humility. Gotta be just a touch of humility into you, that's all. Yeah, thanks for asking, Coragrus, but I don't think I should go over it again because I've talked about it a lot, so you should just go back or something. But yeah, I don't want to bore the chat who's been here. But thank you for asking. It's going okay. Game's pretty much done. Pretty much done. Who knows? I might find something else to do. Maybe. I don't think... I'm not going to do anything major with it after I release, but I'm trying to stay open to the possibility. Like, I'm trying to remind myself that I can just... If I regret something about it or whatever, I can just add a little bit more to it after release or something, if that's the case, you know? So, let's just get it out there. Because maybe all the puzzles are broken somehow anyway, because I didn't playtest it enough, you know? If that's the case, I'll just have to retire and go get a programming job somewhere. And I'll tell them I beat all the Zachtronics games. You can't afford to hire me. Yeah, the best wall jump of all time. It is what it is. It very frequently is what it is. It very frequently is what it is. It is what it is. Something to be said about old games and how flaws were permanent. Since you can fix everything with updates nowadays, would you change your game to correct flaws? Yeah, I understand what you mean. I think I don't really mind that so much. My thing is more just I think like part of the problem is that I think my bigger problem is just that I feel less comfortable buying games day one now, because I feel like why not just wait, you know? So I want to make sure that the game is good enough to play it on day one and feel that it's a complete game. And again, kind of modeling it after Zachtronics. Zachtronics have bonus campaigns and stuff, and I'm open to doing something like that, but I'm not planning for it exactly, you know. But I'm trying to stay open to the possibility that some minor improvements might happen afterwards. So I don't really mind fixing flaws exactly, but I don't want to have to go back and play a game several times to play it, you know. Edgar says, I'm thinking of waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds. I never buy a Monster Hunter game until the expansion is out. That's one example right there. Why bother? Just a reminder that a project is never done. Even Super Metroid was probably released in a state that devs consider unfinished. Yeah, that's true. I think when Lucas Pope finished Obra Dinn, he said something like, "It's done enough to call." Something like that. I'm feeling quite similarly about my game. It's pretty much done. I actually did play Slitterhead, yeah. Considering the games I haven't played this year, I did play it. I didn't get along with it that well, to be honest, but it had some nice qualities to it. But I don't think I could really recommend it to anybody. I wouldn't be saying get out there and play Slitterhead, you know. But it was charming. I don't think it's an original thought. I mean, it's more or less the same reason why I want to play Kunitsugami, even though I don't expect Kunitsugami to be very good. Exactly. Just more like I kind of miss the PS2 era of 3D games that were slightly different and, you know, decent if not mind-blowing, but you could appreciate them and they were maybe a little bit weird, you know. That little guy's probably making loads of noise, is he? Yeah, well, I'd put Bayo Origins a tier up from that, for sure. I thought Bayo Origins was really genuinely quite good. I Like, it's kind of a shame. It seems like it's bombed, more or less. Well, it's kind of a shame. After how awful the story was in Bayo 3, I wasn't interested in spending full price on a story-based spin-off. Bayo Origins has the best story in the franchise. I think chat will back me up on that. Anybody who's played it in the chat will back me up on that. It has the best story in the franchise, and I think of the games that Kamiya has written, only Okami and the Wonderful 101 come close, and it might be better than those. It might be the best story he's ever written. Yeah, Bayo doesn't have a great story. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But I think it's a very good story. Well, it's very good. I don't know. I mean, when they're critiquing films earlier, I don't know that it's a very good story in the grand scheme of all media ever or whatever. But it was enjoyable. It was an enjoyable story. In that kind of fairy tale storybook, slightly childish way. It was good. Last time I played Kingdom Hearts was more than 10 years ago anyway. I don't think I might have replayed it when I got it, but it's not a game I've replayed very much. I played Kingdom Hearts 2, but I haven't played 3. I've played 1 and 2, but I haven't played 3. I might play it off stream or something, I don't know. I feel like if I played it on stream I wouldn't really appreciate it, because there's probably a lot of reading and stuff in it. It's kind of hard to read a game and read chat at the same time. It's hard to find the time to replay stuff. There's a lot of games that I feel that I should replay because they've kind of slipped out of my memory. And it would be good to be fresh on them, but I don't know. I don't know. Just even if there's any chance, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. Very slim chance of this, okay? But if there's any chance of me doing a Tears of the Kingdom review, I kind of have to play Breath of the Wild, at least a bit. I don't think I would do a full playthrough, but I kind of have to play some of it again to compare it. I'd probably want to play at least 20 hours of that game from the start again, just to see how I feel about it compared to Tears of the Kingdom. And then I just don't get to replay games so much. It's a good problem to have, though, I suppose. It's just there's been a lot of games coming out that I've been interested in playing. It's been enough, anyway. Maybe not a lot, but enough. It's felt like, over the last year or two, it's felt like the amount of releases I'm interested in has kind of started approaching the level it was at when I was younger, when I was a teenager. Which is not exactly a huge amount of praise for the industry, but it's kind of kind of been at the level it was when I was a teenager, maybe. You have to include indies to get to that point, you know. It's kind of crazy to think, though, that since I last made a video, 2 Zelda games have come out. That's kind of crazy. I think it's the COVID slump is over with, you know. Mono no aware. I forget what that is. I've heard the phrase before, but I forget. I didn't really continue playing shmups. I did play a little bit. I want to go back to R-Type and finish it because I was really enjoying that. Really enjoying that. But I did play, I don't know if I had played them at the time when I was streaming shmups. I don't think I had. I've since played Draenus and Sol Cresta. Maybe one more, but I haven't really played any other shmups since then. I meant to stream some more, but I don't know. Stuff to find the time, guys. Where am I going next? I've got speed boost, or we're trying to get grapple basically. We got the power bomb, so it's back to that other place. Yeah, we can get in here. And this, oh yeah, we can get in here, and this is a beam, I think it's a beam. Oh, I don't have wave beam yet. Oh, I do. Wait, when did I get that? Ages ago. Oh, it's an energy tank. Okay. Do you like Nintendo's choice of canon for a Super Mario 3D World with Bowser's Fury? Yeah, that doesn't really count. That's not it. That's not an alt quill. Gotta come up with a better name for that thing. That's just a whole different game. Yeah, I really enjoyed Bowser's Fury. I think the controls did leave something to be desired. It was a bit of a strange choice. Having a run button was quite strange. You know? Dedicated run button is a bit of a mad fucking idea for a 3D open world kind of Mario. Do you ever write down extensive thoughts about games that you never intend to publish / review? Not really, no. No. I think this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like, if part of the reason I can do things like essentially study games is because I have lots of patrons and I have lots of support, and so I feel like people should benefit from that if I'm going to be doing that. So it kind of wouldn't feel right for me to write a load of stuff without intending to publish it or try to do anything with it at all. It hasn't happened often. It's maybe happened like less than, you could count on one hand or less. Well, not less, but you could count on one hand. There has been a few occasions where I've had a thought. The conflict of interest between the critic in me and wannabe game developer, where I have a thought and I just think, you know what, let's not share that one, because maybe we can do something with that thought. So that has happened a few times. So I've been kind of selfish in that regard a few times. But it hasn't happened very much. I ask because I always got the impression you have a lot more to say about a game than just what ends up in your reviews. I wouldn't say that's true necessarily. I mean, it's kind of true in the sense that if you sat down with me, there is always more to say, but the question is whether the thing that you have to say is worth putting into a video, you know? And I mean, this has happened somewhat more frequently, but there's sometimes occasions where I have a thought and I say, okay, I'm not keeping that for myself, but it's better suited for another video, you know? And there's sometimes a case where I'm kind of taking my earlier videos for granted almost, where I'm saying, look, I don't need to say this again, right? You can understand that. People kind of have an idea of how I feel about certain things or whatever, you know? Like, I can say, I don't know if this is exactly, I'm getting kind of tired and I'm in a few drinks in now, so I might be getting less coherent, but yeah, if I was to make a Tears of the Kingdom review, I would take the context sensitivity and extrinsic motivation videos for granted, and I would actually want to have another theory thing in mind that I would want to have done before doing that. So that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about as well, about what order to do things in, you know? So sometimes that's an element as well. How do I hit something every fucking time? Bro? That's mad. Game's bullshitting me here. Bullshit. Hit his arm maybe? No, I haven't played the Riven remake yet. I'm looking forward to playing the Riven remake, and I am probably not going to bother with the Silent Hill 2 remake. Yeah, maybe Mike will buy that for me next Christmas, because I don't think I'm going to be buying it for myself. I just think, I mean, if I play it, I'll give it a fair shake, you know? But my gut just says that Silent Hill 2 is just one of those kind of once in a lifetime things. It just came together in a way that can't be replicated. And that's it. You know, like, to me, who knows, maybe I'm just set in my ways and all, but to me, the idea of even redoing the voice lines for that game at all just seems mental. You know, it's just like, it's just never going to be the same. It's never going to live up to the original. It's just this kind of lightning in a bottle. I agreed until I played it. Interesting. Well, that's cause for hope, alright. You know, I can understand I think from some people's perspective, it's kind of like being cynical about these things is just, it's a waste of time, and it's sad in a way, you know. Like, I don't know if I have a single viewer like this, but presumably I have a single viewer who is not cynical and just listens to me out of curiosity and is just wondering, why is he like this? Why can't he just play Silent Hill Remake 2? And I just think, I don't know, man. It's a piece of art. We didn't need another one. We didn't need a remake. It's just this piece of art that came together in the way that it did. And that's that. That's kind of that. You know? That's kind of that. And a lot of us agreed that, hey, this thing is very good. Man, this thing does some stuff, you know? This thing makes you feel certain ways about things, and it's good. And then they went, yeah, but what if we remade it? And I went, oh, okay, why? Isn't it already good? And again, because we're finding lots of connections in this stream, it kind of goes back to what I was saying is, you know, yeah, but I would like for the other thing, the unnamed thing that could have been made instead of this game, you know? I don't know. Okay, let me put it in the most cynical way imaginable. I'm not even reading the chat. Let me put it in the most cynical way imaginable. Here's what the cynical part of my brain says. You say, well, we could, you know, we can make Silent Hill remake. What's the problem? And I think, once upon a time, instead of making Silent Hill remake, people made Silent Hill. Once upon a time. Once upon a time, they made things. For the first time, they made really impressive things. Once upon a time. I'm surprised that landed. Are you all bullshitting me or what? I'm surprised that actually had an effect on people, because I thought of my arguments tonight, that was a pretty weak one. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I play devil's advocate. If everybody could make Silent Hill 2, they'd be releasing them every week, you know? If everybody could make, like, put your favorite game here, if everybody could make your favorite game here, we'd have one every week, and we don't. I don't know. I'm making a Game Boy puzzle game. Like, why? Who am I to fucking say anything, you know? I don't know, man. I don't know. Then again, like I said before, I love games for what they are. Yeah. Yeah, I was being slightly unfair. Making something new, at least. That's true. That's true. Got the grappling hook, we can go kill Fentoon. I feel like your level of cynicism might honestly be unavoidable because of how deeply ingrained certain games from your past have become. I don't consider myself to be an especially nostalgic person. I'm not immune to nostalgia, of course. But I really don't consider myself to be an especially nostalgic person. I mean, I've put a lot of I don't know. I've put, like, I think highly of a lot of modern games, you know. Or at least some of them. Wait, a lot? Let's dial that back. Some maybe, I suppose. I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Whatever. Watch me play Super Metroid. Look. Woo! Woo! I can play Super Metroid. I actually can't even remember what we were talking about 2 minutes ago. Or 60 seconds ago. Or 10 seconds ago. What were we talking about? Being cynical and stuff. Yeah, like someone said Rain World. Rain World is a modern game. Exactly. Thought very highly of Rain World. And people are making games that are like, you know, I mentioned Exanima. I had a bunch of recommendations in that video, or not video, in that blog post. And a lot of them were quite modern, I think, from what I remember anyway. Stuff like Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Absolutely phenomenal game. Phenomenal. Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. Vengeance. Cool. They took a game that was okay, pretty good, and then they went, what if we just make it better in pretty much every way? And then they released SMT Vengeance. I actually, you know, I often have very specific complaints about games, as you know. As you know. sometimes have very strange and specific complaints about games, and I'm actually kind of in disbelief that SMT 5 Vengeance really came out and really just fixed the level scaling issue. I don't know that it's quite as good as it is in the old SMT games. I don't know that they rolled it back 100%. But the fact that it came out and actually just fixed, because these are the kinds of things that annoy me. Simple problems that might even be fixed with a single fucking number change and just never, and just stick in a game forever, ruining it forever. And yet they fixed it. They changed the number. I had a number in mind. I was like, look, delete that number. Your game will improve if you delete that number. And they went, you know what? The game will improve if we delete this number. And then they deleted the number. And they re-released the game. And it was a much better game. And that was only the tip of the iceberg, really. There was a lot of other change. Well, I shouldn't say it was the tip of the iceberg. It was actually extremely impactful. The level scaling bullshit was extremely impactful. But on top of fixing that, they did a lot of other stuff as well. It's kind of unbelievable to me. I'm not saying, I don't know, I'm not saying it's a game for the ages or anything. I think the SMT games and stuff, they're kind of a guilty pleasure for me, you know. I mean, they're turn-based JRPGs where you wander around a wasteland, getting one shot by hammer skills and reloading. But whatever, they're fun. And waste, man. They did it. They changed the number that I wanted them to change. Amazing. Do you miss the snappy as hell combat of older SMT titles? Well, the combat in Vengeance is snappier than SMT 1 and 2. Well, I haven't really played 2. SMT 1 anyway. Snappier than that. I do think Vengeance is not quite as snappy as something like, I don't know why they didn't do a button mapping system like Persona 5 and Metaphor for Vengeance. That's one way it would improve. So I think Hashino, I think that's something he really values based on the games that he's made, because I talked about this before, even in Nocturne, you know, you press the button and by the time you feel the caress of the X button on the controller, Demi-Fiend is already halfway across the screen with his fist extended, you know? And so it's not quite that snappy, but it's snappier than a lot of JRPGs anyway. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be willing to stream, but I'll be back in a minute. Hello, everyone. Right, I'm gonna wrap it up soon. Very soon. But let's see if we can get Fantoon and maybe get the gravity suit, and we'll call it there, right? If we can do that. Not that it really matters. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. It's not Christmas for me anymore. Probably is still for most of you. Enjoy it while you have it. Just St. Stephen's Day. That's what we call it anyway. St. Stephen's Day. I don't know what it's called. Do you have a word for it in America? The day after Christmas. I know most of you are American. Most of you are American, right? Because in the UK it's called Boxing Day. But over here it's called St. Stephen's Day. Boxing Day. Boxing Day. It's Boxing Day over there as well, is it? In America. Australian. You better watch out, man. I think a dingo's eating your baby. Don't be watching the stream. Man, I got up and I'm surprised at how tipsy I am. I started walking and I went, oh yeah, wow. This is how far along we are. And now I'm realizing that the chat looks kind of blurry. I think it's Boxing Day in America, but nobody really knows what that means without looking it up. Ah, you're a good sport. He says, haha, Matt, good one. Never heard that one before, have you? You never heard that one before. Never heard that one before. Tell you what, some guy told me a joke about potatoes and it was fucking hilarious. Genuinely did run into a kangaroo last night while walking home. Mad. They look pretty funny, kangaroos, when you look at them properly. They're just kind of this cartoon animal you know about when you're a kid. And they go, it has a pouch, and you go, okay. And then when you look at a photo of one, they look a bit fucking mad. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They look, they look kind of like bodybuilders, but they have very thin arms, though. They have like a jacked kind of chest, but their arms don't look too bad. Well, it's the legs, I suppose, you want to be worrying about, right? I don't even know if I'm going to get across this fucking room. Most people in the US don't call it anything. Mad. You just going about your life without a word for the day after Christmas Day. Just fucking get your act together, man. Well, now you have a word for it. St. Stephen's Day. Mind you, I don't know who the fuck St. Stephen is, actually, now that I think about it. It's the saint of lost keys or some shit, you know. There is a saint for that. I forget what he is. Well, there's a saint for missing items that I would know it if I saw it, but I don't remember what his name is. Probably use the run button. There we go. What is St. Matthew's Day? Every day. Because I'm a fucking saint. Every day. Every day I'm a saint. Such is the gospel according to Matthew. Okay, so if I remember right, you don't fire super missiles at Fantoon or he gets angry. No, I can't speak Irish. Ever tell you about, I'll probably mention it at some point, Hyper Metroid. It's a ROM hack of this game, and played it, and the bosses are all much harder. You would think I would be better at the bosses in this game. I mean, it's not like I'm trying very hard right now, but the bosses in it are all way harder than they are in Super Metroid. But I beat it. They do all kinds of things like put obstacles in little corners of the room and stuff that make it hard. Thanks, Zach. Hope you're well. Nah, man, this video will be... I'm about to finish up anyway. So go make your visit. And this will be here afterwards anyway. So. Off you go. When are you streaming next? Christmas comes but once a year, as they say. No, I really am. I'm going to go and get the gravity suit and leave it there. I mean it. I'm quite tired, so. I only meant to go for about 3 hours, and we're coming up on, well, we're 5.5 now. considering I'm going now, I'm about paying too much attention to the game now. I did a good job this time though, actually, leaving the game aside and trying to answer questions. I want to make sure I don't balls it up now, right at the end. This is the end of Super Metroid, you know. Stream at least twice a year? Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, if I stream more often I might not be compelled to do them so long, but it is what it is. I haven't felt the time going, actually. If you'd asked me, I would have said it's probably more like 2 or 3 hours. So I spent a lot of it staring off into the middle distance trying to answer questions. I still feel like I probably did a poor job. Not so bad. There we go. I'll go back to the ship and save, and that's that. Maybe we'll actually complete this playthrough at some point. I must have completed this game on stream before though, probably a couple of times, right? I forget, maybe I just brought the randomizers to a point where it was clear they were finished and then never finished them? I don't know. I can't remember fighting Mother Brain that many times. No, I actually didn't finish Dungeons and Diagrams completely because I started working on my own. I only had a few puzzles left in it, and I've done some of the random ones. But I had a few to do. Not a couple, I think there was a few left. And I didn't finish it because I was making my own game, and I felt that I was mixing up the rules in my head. I was at kind of a crucial stage of making my own game where I had to make sure that I was trying my hardest to solve the puzzles. Because basically what happens is, I don't know if this is the typical way that logic puzzle games are made, but I would make a puzzle and then not know if it was solvable. And have to try to solve it. Which is a sometimes frustrating process when you spend a few hours trying to solve a puzzle that is not solvable. But it's also useful because sometimes what happens is the puzzle is unsolvable, but in trying to solve it you learn something interesting about the game that you can then use to make an actual puzzle with a few adjustments or something like that. So I felt like I needed to make sure that I was very good at the game, and playing Dungeons and Diagrams kind of messed with my ability to be as good as I could at my own game, because I didn't want to mess up my ability to play my own game, basically. I had to be at 100% to try and make it, so I think of it as I'm saving them for when I finish my own game and I can go back and finish them, you know? With how much shovelware that comes out daily, do you still think you played 1% of all games? You would think it's a huge amount, and I suppose it is. But I think if you look at the number of games coming out on Steam each year, it's maybe not quite as high as you would think. But yeah, I think there may have been a point in time where I cracked 1%, but I think I said in the video it doesn't even crack 1%. I think it's hard to crack 1%. Yeah. But there may have been a moment in my life where I had... Nah, I don't know. I suppose that all those NES games, there's something like 800 NES games or something. So, yeah. Thank you, Pawnage. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Like I said, it was nice to see. Well, there's a lot of people I don't recognize, but maybe, I don't know, just because I don't recognize somebody, it's hard to keep track of so many people. But, and maybe some of you have even changed your names or your icons, you know? It's kind of when you have so many names popping up, it's kind of use the name and the icon in combination to remember people. That kind of forms the digital face, you know? So when you change your name or your icon, it's a little bit hard. But yeah. And of course, thanks to people who showed up for the first time and all that kind of stuff as well. I don't know. Yeah, I wish I had more for you this year. Wish I had anything for you this year. I think this is basically... I did some blog posts and stuff. But yeah, I suppose there's no sense dwelling on it, right? It's a new year coming up and all that. It should be a better year. You'll have a game out. You can watch it bomb. Watch it bomb. Have a good laugh. I'll ride off into the sunset to work in the financial district or something like that. And that's that. Yeah, I think that blog post was good actually, yeah. I enjoyed doing it. It was more time consuming than I expected though. The recommendation post. But I think a lot of people enjoyed it, so yeah. So that was something. That was good. I'm not going to tell you the title of the game, sorry, but it won't be too long till you find out anyway. I will sell bootleg cartridges of it at flea markets. Cool. That's pretty cool. No one's going to buy it. I mean, if I... You can chill my game if you like it. Decide first whether or not it's good, and then if you like it, then you can chill it. Thank you, Piston. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I should head off. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope it was good. Yeah, if I don't see you, I hope you all have a good new year. All that kind of stuff. I don't know what else to say, so shouldn't be too long before the game comes out, and then hopefully I can work on shorter term things or work on other things for stream more often or something, you know? Just gotta get over that hump. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. We still have a new year to come, so you're not off the hook yet. You have to have a good new year as well. So says I. Alright? So join me and let's all have a better new year. Alright? Alright, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a good time. I'm gonna head off. This is really the end now. Alright. Bye bye, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. See you later.